Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward.
Never run or fall, spit sick shit, you ain't got the stomach for. That number one spot, what I'm gunning for. If you ain't fucking the wind, then what you coming for? Shoulder strap on the rifle, look like I'm going hunting, dog. Sniffing out the birds in the area like a hunting dog. It'd be a cold day in hell before I fuck with y'all. They just having sex with dumb. Producing nothing, I'm rapping with you. All these whack niggas, and I'm the one that's counted out. Before my time runs out, I gotta show the world what I'm about. Bobby's home. Let's go. Riding against me, you need to choose a better route. Arms raised in the air. I'm declared this when they heard about. The underdog might be down, but I'm never out. They like Rob should've already been signed. Got a crazy bird mind and my album blows up in stores. Would you be ready to buy? I was once told you can't do it without a team with you. All due respect, I was never the one with team issues. But what happens when your people show they don't believe in you? Abandon you during times when you really need them with you. Just proves the theory correct. If you ain't never starving, keep it simple. Frostbitten soul, cold heart. I got heat in it. They gotta call me a hater for disagreeing with you, making threats with a vibe. Just to see official talking like you packed. Arms raised in the air. I'm declared this when they heard about. Might be down, but I'm never out. Anthem of a baby shoot. Patience of a monk. My greatness is unattainable. Lyrics is flammable. My hunger is unexplainable. OG looked at me and said, I see the pain in you. But never stop, gotta keep pushing the way you say you do. I replied, you indeed. Look at my shadow like it's just you and me. Killing competition, this is the eulogy. Rest in peace, niggas. Riding against me, you need to choose a better route. The underdog might be down. Raised in the air, I'm declared the winner of the bout. The underdog might be down, but I'm never out.
That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that.
What's up, everybody? This is your brother, Young Hollywood Jr. coming to you another exclusive program. My internet service is kind of weird. I want to give a big shout out to Jamel. Hotep to you. Stacy, hotep to you. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. So, of course, today's topic is basically laughing at the indigenous Pretendians. This has been an ongoing thing. I know these indigenous Pretendian Negropeans, they don't have no culture. They don't have, if you ask them about proof or evidence about their indigenous side of, they can't tell you. They can't explain it. But before I continue, I want to say this. As you can know, the Snow Bear Roadrunner had took down my video. I'm glad that he did that. I'm glad that he did that because I'm going to make a better one. I was just doing that to really bring him out, to really just try to let's have a real thorough debate about the nonsense that he's talking about. So I'm scheduling that next week. But this time I'm not going to be nice. I'm going to roast him. You know, I roast him on my last video. I'm going to really roast him. This time he won't be able to take it. I'm glad he did that. But I still got the video. So it's just off of YouTube, but I still got it. I mean, I'm going to repost it. And I believe he's monetized. So he better hope I don't ruin his monetization. He better hope, because I will repost that video, because he took my video without my permission. So yeah, that video will be taken down on his side. So I hope but I'm going to roast him on my last video. I'm going to really get into him, really, really, really destroy him. So he didn't win. So I hope that I hope you don't think that he won anything. So that's coming up on my next live. But I want to get into these Pretendian Negropeans. Of course, they trying to hold on to their Pretendian side. And then when they talk about this genealogy, their genealogies are only related to that one grandmother who's been through a lot of racism and discrimination and so forth. And of course, when you hear another race calling you the N-word 100 times, you end up believing it. And this is the reason why you got black people today call themselves the N-word, and that's what they are. That's what they think they are. A lot of our people made money exploiting us. People like Jay-Z and the rest of them exploited them, made and got rich, exploiting their own people. Because hip-hop was supposed to be really revolutionary, to fight against oppression, fight against poverty. But unfortunately, it turned into something else. But I want to play you this video that happened 2 years ago, actually. I thought it was kind of funny. I like going back to these videos and just and like I said, I don't get into these debates no more, arguing with Pretendians, because it's pointless. It don't go nowhere. Because I'm tired of showing my information and showing my evidence and all that, and they not showing anything. And if they do if they do show it, it's they don't either is propaganda, either they showing pseudoscience stuff, or they have show research. They don't show everything. Stacey said, "Got to go back to the reference." Yeah, you got to go back. This one particular Pretendian, his name is Tyrone. Well, he was on TikTok, and I caught him on TikTok, and he was arguing with a lot of brothers who say they Pan-African. So he's going against a lot of African people and a lot of Pan-African people. And he was getting destroyed. Found out one brother exposed him, saying, "Hey, you showed your DNA. You finally took your DNA test and found out you only have 1% of Native in you, and the rest is African." Why are you showing that 1%? And he's trying to explain it, Tyrone trying to explain it, or whatever. And and I just said, it's clearly it's self-hate. It's clearly, I mean, it's just what it is. You're claiming a culture that you don't know nothing about, and would never accept you. So I'm going to play this video. I'm going to play the audio, of course. But I want you to listen to now, because when I got on this panel, I want to give a shout out to Brother Forecast Radio for stepping in and finish the job. But I came in there and I basically was having fun, really. I wasn't really taking nothing serious, because when you know what you're talking about, you don't really have to explain yourself. You don't have to show too much. So I was just having fun. But that was the last time I decided to engage in foolishness. Because before, I used to be really tight. I used to be really serious getting into these discussions. And I realized it doesn't do anything. And a lot of times, a lot of these people, they're just looking for clout. They're trying to get their views up, subscribers up. And, when you hate on other Black people, white folks, racist white people, they enjoy it. They love that. And they will push that. Black people keep talking about this white supremacy. And white people don't have to show, they don't have to say they white supremacy. They show it. But like I said, this is nothing new. This hating on Black people, hating on Africa. There was a thing, let me show this. Let me see if I can find this one. There was actually how these FBA Negropeans, this before it was called FBA, but these so-called Black Americans hating on Marcus Garvey. And Marcus Garvey just wanted to show love. He was just like any other Black people, just want to see unity, want to see the best of our people. And you got Black people did not want that. Some Black people don't want unity. Some Black people don't want to come together. They want chaos. They want division. But when you have a brother talking about Pan-Africanism and trying to unify Black people to try to, to have our own institutions, you got Black people that don't want that. They think acting white, being white, trying to adopt or help control states and white people's stuff. If they want to help white people's stuff, they think that's empowerment. They think following the white man's laws is going to benefit us. Trying to fit in, they think that's going to help Black people, and that's not true. They try to do it, and it didn't work. Stacy said, Black people are not indigenous to this country. If facts, they're not conditioned. They're not indigenous. Black people did this. United States. If you look at the science, it cannot produce. You couldn't even find one African bone, one indigenous bone in the United States prior to the bone. There, okay, but that don't mean you was the first. How did you just survive the cold climates in the United States? Hell, even Florida snows. So when you ask these logical science questions, they can't never answer it. Let me see if I I could pull up something. There was a looking at this now. Of course, there was a Marcus Garvey must go. They said the Garvey must go movement. There was a Marcus Garvey. No, I'm sorry. There was the Garvey must go campaign. There was a Garvey. Let me see if I can screen share this. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if there was a flyer or something. Okay. I'm going to screen share this real quick. Now, I didn't notice. Here, this is the article. Let me see if I can blow this up. And there was a Garvey must go campaign. And you have black people, the pro black Americans, they didn't want that. They didn't want to be associated with Marcus Garvey. They didn't want to be told by a brother who comes from Jamaica how to unite. They was trying to find reasons to humiliate this man. And you kind of see that even with the whole Dr. Umar, how they want to see this brother fail. They want to see this brother. They want to see Dr. Umar fail because Dr. Umar was trying to unite black people and trying to do whatever he can. And they want to see, you have black people that want to see him fail. They want to see Dr. Umar fail. When Dr. Umar first came out, you have black people banging on him. They want to see failure. And the school. If the school don't open, what does that mean? So what? Okay, school. So the movement stops. Does the movement stop because one man fell? None of these black folks are not doing anything. I can see if all these black people came together and say, you know what, we're going to do what we can to get this school up and running. We're going to do. If it doesn't work, hey, let's move on to something else. But at least let's all come together. You got people that's donating and doing the best they can to try to get the school running. But you got black folks, they just. And I will say Dr. Umar got to get his shit together though, because he has this daughter out there that's out of control, that's trying to humiliate him or whatever. And I always say you got to take care of home first before you try to govern something. Before you try to have control of your household. I don't care what condition your situation in. His daughter's out of control. He need to fix that. Pronto. But what he's trying to do, is a great thing. We need more institutions. The movement don't stop because one man fell. They said Marcus Garvey fell. Okay, but the movement doesn't stop. White supremacy, they keep talking about white supremacy. White supremacy had their failures. The white supremacy movement had their failures. White supremacy movement had their failures, but they still kept going. And they still keep going. They still pushing the black people, the broken black homes, and they still pushing the so we won't procreate, reproduce. You know, they keep posting the black LGBTQ, which is the enemy to our race, by the way, which is the enemy to our race. The interracial movement, which is the enemy, which is definitely a destruction and an enemy to our race. So we don't win when we try to accept European garbage. We won't win that. We won't win. When we have all these crazy identities, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Pretendian. How you're not winning because you have an identity crisis. There's no such thing as no Hebrew. Hebrew never existed. There is no black Indians. Now if there were black people, they probably adopted the Indian culture because the enslavement by the five Indian tribes, they probably adopted the Indian culture, but that doesn't make them Indian. There's a big difference, but people don't want to do the research. People don't want to do the research. It's sad. Stacy said, Dr. Umar need a better plan. Yeah, I mean, I do want the school to succeed, but the movement don't stop. Pan-Africanism don't stop. It doesn't stop because one man fell. When we talk about white supremacy had the white supremacy movement had their failures too. Had their failures, but didn't stop. They didn't stop. They still racism, environmental racism, what is called gentrification, that's still in effect today. They come into your neighborhood. They come into these black neighborhoods, build up condos, and next thing you know it, your rent goes up. You know you can't afford it. So now you go from one poor condition to a worse poor condition. You got to move out, and then you're in a neighborhood that's even more hostile. It's cheaper, but it's more hostile. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta be focused. We gotta be focused. The movement don't stop. Pan-Africanism don't stop. And if people really study Pan-Africanism, it really will work. It really will work. You know, black people, we will unite for the wrong things. We will unite for the wrong things, but we won't unite for the right things. This is my problem with black folks. You know, if a police do something to us, oh yeah, we will unite for that. But when it comes down to building institutions, we won't unite. We won't take our money and build institutions but we will go and unite to buy a pair of $500 pair of Jordan sneakers. See, this is the mindset. And we think we're doing better. We have this belief that we're more American. We are better than other black people that wasn't born here. It's sad, but we looking really. Actuality, we looking real silly. Jamal said, right. His daughter is out of line in her actions. Yeah, I mean, she is really trying. I mean, she is out of control. And she's getting a lot of support. Not support, but she's getting a lot of views, a lot of attention. But they like to see that. They like to see our greats go down. This is nothing new. They once this white supremacy thing, they see a crack in your movement. They see a crack in your, whatever you're trying to do, they use that against you. They did that with Malcolm X. They did that with all our greats. Marcus Garvey, they did that with all our greats. They see one little crack, they're going to try to say, okay, boom, let's make that crack bigger. Let's make that crack bigger. Dr. Umar talked about interracial relationships. You got black people, they want to fight against that, knowing there's been a hindrance in our movement. That's been interracial relationships. With messing with Becky and Peter and all that, that's been a hindrance and been a problem in our race from day one, and it hasn't done anything. We have not benefited from that. It has not solved none of our problems. It's ridiculous. But I'm gonna play this video. I thought it was kind of funny. It's me going up against basically this guy named Tyrone. I'm gonna play this video. Let me screen share this. All right, let me see. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me pause this for a little bit. Oh. So I want y'all to listen to this video. Jamal said, people love drama in the black community. Yeah, and that's the sad part about it with our people. We become, like they say, we become our worst enemy. There can never be peace among us. There can never be, hey, let's work together. Let's try to make our lives better. And it seemed like to me it just got worse. I mean, I know we had our issues in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s, but it seemed like to me it's just every man for himself. It's just black folks has just got worse. And every year it's get worse and worse and worse. Dex. I'm not sure if I might put the link in later. But yeah, but it just get worse and worse and worse with our people, man. It's just unfortunate. But I want to just listen to this conversation. It's just kind of, it's interesting. But like I said, I was having fun with it. I wasn't really taking it serious because like I said, when you know what you're talking about, you don't have to yell, you don't have to curse. But when these guys, I notice when people don't have common sense, they don't have information, real information, they get angry, they start cursing, they start because especially when they know what you're talking. They know what you're talking about, they get upset, they get pissed off, they get angry. They have a tantrum. So let's listen to this. This is 2 years ago, by the way. I forgot all about this video.
You really derailed.
Wait, pause 1 second. I am your mind. You trying what video this sign that trying to get us to look at a tranny walking out of a coffee shop? I'd like to see that.
Signetter is another idiot.
Rifleman, you got some assistance.
How is Signetter an idiot? Ain't he your peer?
No, he is not my peer. He's an idiot. He's a pseudo Egyptologist. He needs to be around Arabs. He needs to be around the Arabs like he wants, and not around black.
My God.
Yo, hold on, Rifleman. You're using these terms. What's an Arab?
Well, hold on 1 second. We got Rifleman. He got some backup. Hopefully, that's Guy Dolly. What's going on?
Yo, what up? What's up, Alcon? Tyrone? What up? What's going on with my Indian crew out there, man? Why y'all picking on this brother, man? Why y'all doing that?
Man, he's misrepresenting you Africans, bro.
Hey, Tyrone. I gotta. What's going on, Rifleman? What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
Let me ask. I gotta ask Tyrone a question. I've been commenting, because I gotta fuck with my brother Tyrone.
Nah, man, your voice sounds familiar though. Are you Signetter?
Nah, I ain't Signetter, brother.
Nah, you
Tyrone. Alcorn know me. Me and Alcorn we go back.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So Tyrone.
Like that meatball situation.
Oh yeah.
Nah, I'm still from the top, man. Tyrone, you little motherfucker.
Tyrone, you stupid.
Control. Wait a minute. You hear about meatball going over there to Harker Bay? Went over there.
No, yeah, they're not friends no more. He's going on now. And him and that cockson dude that taking shots at me, and I did respond. You know what I'm talking about, right, Alquan?
Yeah,
I call him cockson.
You know what he said? He lied on air and said that I've been flagging his channel. I said, man, that's an outright lie.
And cockson said that Nandy aired me out, and I played the video how she was dissing him.
Yeah.
So now they all they have this love and hate going on, and now they dissing each other because MP20 wanted to take over the Mississippi campaign.
But I
want to just. I'm not trying to change the thing.
Although God Dollywood, I like a good joke, man. But I gotta admit, this shit right here is funny, man.
That's God Nollywood, man. What up? That's why your voice sounds familiar, man. What up, Nollywood, man?
Oh, what's going on, brother?
God Dollywood, you see that?
They said, "Code God Nollywood picked up his hairline." Oh shit! That's all good. It's all good.
Anyway, what's your question?
No, I want you to tell us about your ancestor, Billy Bowlegs. Could you explain about Billy Bowlegs?
You don't know about Billy Bowlegs, bro.
Now, you said that you're a Muskogee Indian, but... Huh? Say it again?
Do you know about the Gullah Wars, the Seminole Wars, the Negro Wars?
Yeah, I read about the Seminole Wars, but you're not Seminole, though. You
He's Asian. He's a Pacific
Islander.
Islander.
What are you talking about?
So you know they
did you not know that?
So you said so that's your ancestor. Billy Bowleg is your ancestor, right?
I didn't say he was my particular ancestor.
Okay, so what did he do that was so great? Can you tell us about him?
He fought in slave rebellions.
What slave rebellion? What slave rebellion was that?
He freed Negroes from forts that Andrew Jackson set up. Did you not know that?
So why is that they said the Seminoles?
He fought with John Horse. Did you not know that?
So why? So the Muskogee Indians did they took part of enslaving Africans?
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Africans.
Actually, they're one of the 5 tribes that did it. Because you
The
said
five
that
civilized
you said the
tribes.
Seminoles were
Hold on, wait a
Muskogee.
minute.
Am I
Wait a
right?
minute. Wait a
Hey
minute.
guy, hey
Wait a
guy,
minute. Guy
hey
knowledge.
guy.
They're
Are you
all
going to
one.
interrupt, American Rifleman?
Well,
This is
can I
between
say
me
something?
and
Yeah,
Guy
I would
knowledge.
feel more
No,
comfortable
you
if y'all
can't
answered me
because
that
you
question.
Please,
failed.
Did my family was
please,
actually
please,
black
can I?
and
He has to
enslaved
tag you
here in
first.
America?
He got to
I,
tag you first.
okay, look. Go to Pan Africanism Strikes Back. He's going live right now. He's going at Tariq
Man,
Nasheed.
the rifleman,
So,
shut your ass up with
Okay,
that
we
shit,
don't
man.
care about that. We already know Tariq Nasheed a fraud. Okay, now back to the question. Now, you just said that the Muskogeans were five civilized tribes. For one,
Yo,
if you dig
rifleman,
into
if
the
you stick that
history
same middle
and look,
finger up your little sister's ass, you'll find your daddy's wedding ring, nigga.
Oh shit.
okay, now back to the question he just said. For one, if you look into the history of South Carolina Indians, majority of those chattel slaves were indigenous Americans that were already captured during wars such as the Stoner Rebellion, the Yamasee War, and such and such. Hello.
Okay.
And
You
when we
you
look
notice,
at the South
Tyrone, you've been
Carolina
talking a
History
lot
and
of this Dan
Archives,
Calloway talking points, because I know you're a Dan
Dan
Calloway
Calloway
fan,
talking.
and you know
How am I
Dan.
Wait a minute.
You
Wait a
are a
minute.
Dan
How am I?
Calloway
Wait a
fan.
minute.
You are a supporter of Dan. You talking all his
Don't project
talking points,
anything
and
onto
you know
me.
Dan.
Yeah, I want to say this. This is the same dude who got 1% of native blood in him. Only 1%. 1%. And he's making up stuff as he go. Dex said DNA is the kryptonite, of course. But this guy actually took his DNA. Found out he got 1% of native. The rest is like the rest. I think he has 1%. I think the other 4% was maybe Asian, but the majority is African. Majority of his DNA is African. But he's not claiming that. It's sad. Yeah, definitely. It's sad. It's really sad how the hatred of your roots is like his hatred of his roots is so embedded. It's a shame.
Calloway is a fucking
Dan
fraud.
Calloway is a fraud. Okay, gotcha. He's a fraud. Okay, so Dan Calloway is not my scholar. The dude got his information from African Americans and Africans, and also research boots on the ground information that he dug up that you did not do. All you did was do a Google Wikipedia search and was done with it and took a DNA test and claimed to be a random West African. That's your scholarship.
Do you know what scholarship is, Tyrone?
Absolutely, I do. Are you a scientist? Are you a historian?
I'm not.
Do you have a degree? Do you have a degree in any of those fields?
I'll say I'm a scholar. I'm telling you, I'm a scholar.
Oh, you're a scholar. You're a scholar.
Yes, I am.
What scholarship did you get? What university
scholarship?
did you attend? Yeah, what scholarship?
What do you mean with scholarship? What do you
Was
mean?
it affirmative action? Did you get in for?
Oh, come on,
football?
Tyrone. Come on. Stop it.
Come on
Stop
now.
it.
You a scholar? Okay, who's your master teachers?
So let me ask you a
With
question.
DNA,
Let me ask you a question.
wait a minute,
How
don't ask me a
come those
question.
Indians that you always promote,
Don't ask
like
me
the
a
Dan Calloway
question.
Indians that you promote, why they all got straight hair?
Why do they have all straight hair? American
Yes.
Indians have multiple hair textures.
No, not the ones that Dan
hair.
Calloway shows. He says the
Not
same
the
thing
ones
you
that
said.
Dan Calloway shows.
Listen what I'm saying,
Okay.
Tyrone. He said the same thing you said. He showed these dark Indians with straight hair. Now, why is it you don't have straight hair? But the Indians that these Negroes keep showing, they show them dark skin with straight long hair.
Straight long hair.
There are ones with afros. The pictures.
I'll now the brother that you got on your picture, he's an African. That's not an Indian.
Is Jim Kelly an African? No, he's not.
Yes, he
is.
He's an African, yes.
Did you know that he played an Indian in Free the Hard Way? And if he's an African, that would only apply to Tunisia, not the entire continent. West Africans had their own name for the continent. So what would that name be? I know the name of American
Yeah,
continent
Tyrone,
from
you're a funny dude.
Muskogean.
You only have that. You only have him because he was
I know the
in
name. Wait
Bruce
a
Lee
minute, bro.
movies.
Only in Bruce Lee movies. He was in westerns. He was in black exploitation. What are you talking about? He
Right,
wasn't just in
right,
Bruce Lee movie.
because you associate yourself with Asia, not with Africa. With
Asia, not with Africa.
Didn't Christopher Columbus thought he was in Asia when he saw some Indians? Where's India located at? In Asia, am I right?
Were you born in West Africa?
I don't have to be born in Africa to be
Yes,
African.
you do.
That's silly.
Have to be born. You have to be born in Africa to be.
No, that's not true.
And see, that's another misconception. You see how this is the silliness that I decide not to take part of. This is the silliness I don't like to take part of. He said that, have I ever been in Africa to be African? I said no. That's what Pan-African means. Means that I'm an African man of abroad. I never been to Africa, but that doesn't stop me. That's not going to erase my DNA. I mean, a lot of black people told their stories how they got kidnapped and was brought to either South America, North America, to the islands. I mean, people have written down stories. So now they became African, and now they became Pan-African. They went from being African because they was living in Africa. Now, because they got kidnapped and brought to a place that they're not familiar with, now they become what they call Pan-African. You got a lot of Pan-Asians. You got a lot of Pan-Europeans. So when people say, "Well, you know, how come you don't go to Africa if you claim you're African?" Because I said I was Pan-African. I mean, a lot of people just like to be stuck on stupid. I don't know what Tyrone do with his life, but as obvious, this dude never went to school. He never went to school. If I know, I bet you he don't even have a college degree. Because even with a college degree, you're gonna have to do research. They're gonna show you how to really get in those books. You're gonna write essays. You're gonna write papers. I think the highest these people go, these pretenders, is a high school. That's as far as they go is high school. That's it. And high school is a hangout spot. It's a hangout spot. Yes, Stacey said Tyrone is a complete moron. Yes, facts. Dex said, you don't need a degree to be smart. That's true. He's talking about what my scholarship and all that. It's all about you could do your own research. That's where people buy books. People study. People study other scholars. In order to be a teacher, you got to be a student first. That's the reason why a lot of students become teachers. People watch a lot of these kung fu movies, right? And how students look. We don't even have to go that far. We know about The Last Dragon, what The Last Dragon is one of my favorite movies. When you have Bruce Leroy, he was looking for a master. But he'd been studying under his master for so long, he didn't realize he became a master. So when Shono said, "Well, who's the master?" And that's when Bruce Leroy said, "I am." When he finally tapped in, he said, "Yo, I'm the master." He'd been looking for a master, and he realized that he was the master. It's the same thing. Dex said, the problems is people think of America. He said the problem is people think of African as stereotype. Yes. African people are diverse. Yes. Just like black people just like African descendants, or just like I won't even say that. Let me just correct that. Just like the American African in this country, in North America. Even if you go to South America, it's the same thing. You got a lot of African people over there. We are very diverse. Black people in Brazil are not the same black people in Colombia, right? You got black people in New York. We're not the same as black people in on California. Yeah, we might speak English, but our style is different. The culture is different. You know, certain slangs are different. We are very diverse. But the thing is that we know that we come from a place where we was bondage. We come from a place of bondage. So that's when the unity need to come in and say, look, we all went through the same thing. Let's come together. Let's form Voltron. It's the same thing. He said it's just dark. He said it's not just dark Africans. He said it's a lot of different Africans phenotype also. Yeah, that's true. Hell, you got African albinos. You got African albinos, and you can see the wide nose, thick lips, but there's just that the pigmentation is deformed. That's all it is. But they're African people. You're right.
That's another. That's false.
Okay,
That's false. That's like you saying. That's like because your last name is Lane. Are you? So you were you born in Asia?
Lane. My great grandfather is Chinese on my father's side. But majority.
Oh, so you Chinese? So how the hell you gonna speak on my people?
He said. You heard. He said his great grandfather is Chinese. I'm going to play that again.
So what are you talking about?
So what about your other grandparents? False.
Okay,
that's false. That's like you saying. That's like because your last name is Lane. Are you? So you were you born in Asia?
Lane. My great grandfather is Chinese on my father's side. But majority.
He said his great grandfather is Chinese. His great grandfather is Chinese. Wow. Wow. That's to me, that's embarrassing. Like I can't have I'm glad I can't claim that. I'm glad I don't have claim that. So he got that yellow blood in him too. He got that yellow blood in him. And Chinese people, they don't like, you know, I want to know how that Asian dude ran I want to know how he snuck in the bedroom and got with the black great grandmama. I want to know how he got the black vagina. I should have asked him that shit. I should have asked him that shit. I said, how did he smash? What did he say? I said, what did he say to get some of that black vagina? I should have asked him that shit. Oh shit! I said, when I hear, I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna ask him if I ever speak to that dude again. I'm gonna ask him. Dex said they always say they get their information by that one by that word of mouth telephone. We should challenge them on that before anything else, even before DNA. That's true. Facts. There always that one grandmama. Always that one grandma. But he did say, but his DNA did say he had some Asian in him, like maybe 4% or something like that. Yeah, 1% Native, 4%. The rest is African. He said Jamal said the first Chinamen were melanated. They still exist. They still exist.
So you Chinese, so how the hell you gonna speak on my people though?
Oh, my people, you Chinese. Nigga, my people that are not masculine are indigenous females to America. And what we go
That's
by
exactly
is
my point.
you go by what your mother is, not what your father. So what are you talking about?
So what about your other grandparents? Where are they from?
My grandparents, my other grandparents are from America.
America is a
Yes.
melting pot, sir.
A melting pot of what?
Oh
Well,
my God.
yo, God Hollywood.
America is a melting pot. Everybody's in America. So that's very general. When you say, he said, well, my people is from here. America is a melting pot. He didn't say Black American. He didn't say white American. He didn't say yellow American. America is a melting pot. That's very general. That's a continent. And then when we say America, we got to know what America you're talking about. Are you talking about South America, North America, Central America? A lot of these people don't know anything about geographics. They don't. Well, I'm gonna say this. He said his great granddad is Chinese. He never said he was an African Chinese. I don't even know what that means. But we got to understand too that Asians are not African people. Asia is in Asia. They look differently. Their skin complexion is different. Now there are a race of people that might have an Asian look to them. Is really the ones in South Africa. Now, if you're talking about the ones in South Africa, I forgot the name of those called that. If you look at people like Nelson Mandela, they look Asian. They look Asian. Let me see if I can pull that up. I want to get the correct. Let me get the correct information. Give me 1 second. What was that word? He says. Sure, it was a word that they called themselves. I forgot the name of that shit. I want to get the correct word. I forgot the name of that shit. What's the name of that? Oh, shit. What's the name was telling about that? Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. I know what to do. All right. Let me see what I can do. Ooh. I have it here. Shit, where's that shit at? shit. There's a scene is soon. This nigga was talking about that. Where is that thing here? Oh shit. Shit. I forgot. All right. I'm not gonna waste my time with that. Yeah, but those Africans in South Africa, they look Asian, but they're not Asian people. I know black people do travel, and that's probably, like I said, people do change. They pick their DNA change because of the climate. Let me see. I forgot. It's a name for that. I forgot to get back to that. But yeah. Oh, okay. He just said that Asian. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. I got you. Facts. My bad. Gotcha. You're right, Dex. What's that? So yeah, so Dex was on point. He was on point. But yeah, so even in my family, I got even with my family, we have some, especially the women. African women always had that beautiful slanted eyes to them. I think it looks very sexy, in my opinion. So I know I see that in my family, the South African look. So that can be misconception there, because the slanted eyes come from us. That's our thing. Has nothing, there's nothing Asian about that. It's just that Asian people look like they got Down syndrome. That's the difference. Hey, what's up, KW Dawn 7? Hotep to you, brother. Hotep. So let's continue. Because I'm having fun with this.
Ask me that. I'll give you a secret. I'm gonna tell you some shit, some real shit. My last name is Christmas, nigga. So I would love
your last name is Christmas.
Same shit.
What's your last name again?
My last name is Christmas.
Christmas?
Yep.
Okay.
What's your
It says last name is Christmas. Oh shit, his last name is Christmas. Oh my god, these people are stupid. These people are fucking stupid. I ain't gonna front. My last name is Christmas. My last name is Halloween. My last name is Thanksgiving. Oh my god, I can't. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
Your last name? What's your government name, Nollywood?
It's Robinson.
You sure your last name is
Oh, you're a Robinson. Gotcha. So what county and what state were your ancestors born in?
Hey, guy in Hollywood, you see these native soul brothers right here?
Okay, can you blow it up though?
Oh shit!
I want to look at a closer look at these people. Now these people look like they look like Let me see. I gotta see their hair
Not to
texture.
cut
Their hair
y'all
texture look
off.
kind of straight.
This my
Nah, that
favorite
ain't
part of
straight.
the
That
show.
ain't
This
straight.
like
That's
when you go
straight,
to
sir.
school and the teacher say we
That's not
watching
straight.
movies today.
Yes, it is.
Come on, man. People know what's straight and something else is. That ain't straight.
Yo, Nollywood,
All right, check
would
this
you
out.
say that those are black people you looking at?
Oh, those are black folks, man. They trying to pass for Indian. Come on, man. This is some bullshit.
How are they passing for Indians if that's their
Okay. Let me
lineage?
ask you this,
Tyrone,
Nollywood. What the
I'm
Nollywood?
talking Alquan. Alquan, you know you're not no damn Indian man, brother. Come on.
Yo, Nollywood, what does an Indian
So
look
who is
like?
this woman right here, bro? Who is this woman? Niggas always asking for casino money, but niggas own the casino.
Yep. Where's that
Who's
famous?
this?
Oh yeah, check this out right here. Look at that.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
This
That
is
you
a
putting
woman
up?
that owns Foxwoods. This is a
Okay,
man.
so that don't mean she's Indian.
Mashantucket
Nah,
Pequot.
But
Yes,
that
he
don't mean,
is.
but brother, that don't mean
He
she's
is,
Indian
nigga.
because she owns
He is
Foxworth.
Indian.
well, hold up. Show that
He
again.
Mashantucket Pequot. You have to be Indian in order to have a casino, right?
That's not true. I
Hello.
don't. That's not
Yes,
true.
it
Come
is,
on now.
nigga. Yes, it
Yo,
is,
let me tell
nigga.
you this, Nollywood. I'm gonna tell you this,
Now, why do
Nollywood.
you have to use? Yo, I didn't call you no nigga, man. Don't call me no.
And you see how disrespectful they are when they know they can't defeat my truth? Here come the insults. They want to bash you. They want to use the N-word. You know what I'm saying? So I was having fun with it. They wasn't showing anything. He showed some woman, and she's like, "Oh, she owned Foxwood, and you got to be Indian to own Foxwood." I don't think so. You know, who came up with that law that you gotta be you gotta be a native Indian to own Foxword? And he didn't show no evidence to prove that up, to even back that up. Because I said that's not true. He should have had some proof to back that up. He didn't show it.
Nigga, man.
I
Come on,
didn't call you
let's
a
be
nigga,
respectful.
Nollywood.
But check it out.
Who are these people?
See, these are black people, and they always say that they don't. Black people don't own the casinos. Where's the casino money? Yeah, there you go.
Now
Yo,
you do
Nollywood, I'm gonna
know
tell you
now,
this
Alquan, you
because
do know some of them are into interracial relationships where they have mix.
Okay.
There's a
Interracial with what,
mixture in
nigga?
them.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
right.
what I
I got
mean.
a question for you, guy
Mix
Nollywood.
But
with what?
that don't mean they're in.
Question.
Yo,
They
hold
just
on,
mix.
because I
Hold on.
because a lot of you Pan Africans do this, and I say this shit all the time. There was no group of black people in America that called themselves Indians. Spaniards called a certain group of Negroes Indians. This is why it's more correct when we say Aborigines, because it represents that our people have always been here and we moved out to other places and we established things there. This is why I say a brother gonna always establish the rest of his life where his wife wanna be. That's just how our people are. You know, nine out of
Can I
10, if we got
respond?
it going on, we settle down where our wife is happy at. You
Can
know what I'm
I
saying?
respond?
Yeah, go
Now,
ahead.
according to the real Aboriginals in Australia, they saying that y'all
Yo, what the
culture
fuck you mean
vultures.
the real Aboriginal?
What
No, listen to me what
Aboriginals
I'm
in
saying, sir.
Australia?
Listen what I'm
Who in
saying.
Australia saying we're
Say
culture
they're not.
vultures?
You gonna let me talk? The
Are you
real
gonna
Aboriginals in
say we
Australia, they
say
say that y'all culture vultures.
How we
who?
culture vultures when our culture ain't the
That's
same?
what they said.
So
Because y'all
Oh,
calling
that's what they
yourself
God
said?
Nollywood,
Aboriginals,
can
and
you
then when
cite
you
the
look at
It's
source?
not they nothing to
Aboriginals, they
go
look
out
at
because
people in
we went to
Australia,
Australia and
Yeah,
that's
and
how
that's
we
those
got.
not.
people,
That's not.
Australians are black.
the, so
Australian
you
Aboriginals
consider
were
yourself
black.
Aboriginals like the ones in Australia?
Do you not know that they were
The
called
ones
black
in
fellas?
Australia are aboriginal to Australia. The Negroes in China or in the area where they speak
So,
Mandarin are aboriginal to China.
since
The
you brought that
Negroes
shit
born
up,
in Mexico are aboriginal to Mexico. The Negroes in
so
Nigeria are aboriginal to Nigeria.
hold
What the
on,
hell are
Two
you saying?
Patrol. Hold on.
Man, if
But
you try to argue with
Aboriginals,
this man,
So what flag do you represent?
I don't
Okay,
have no flag. Until
okay,
my
But
Two
people
see,
get
but
Patrol.
see,
together
Two
and
how
put
can so
Patrol.
themselves
but
on
but
one
you so
accord.
how can you
Hold on,
claim that?
hold on. I must say this. Until
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point. These people, I want to give a shout out to Kamisi Fox. Dex said, Dex, I'm gonna put the link in soon, brother. Dex said these claims are bizarre. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Shout out to Kamisi Fox. Hope up to you, brother. What the committee? So he said these dudes mad, disrespectful because they don't want you to debunk their bullshit. Yeah, they have to be disrespectful. They have to be disrespectful because they just making up stuff as they go. These people don't even have a fucking nation. America don't respect population. They respect nations. This is the reason why they have, you go to United Nations, you know what I'm saying, in America, they have all these flags, right? So I asked him, I said, okay, because I want to get to the root of the thing, right? I want to get to the root. So where is your flag? Where is your nation? Y'all not even united as these so-called Aboriginal, and then they went from Aboriginal, the Native Indians, they all over the place. They all over the place. When you look up the word Aboriginal, they only talking about they only talk about a population of people in Australia. This is the reason why they separate Aboriginal from African people. So they might be black, but they're mixed up with a lot of stuff. This is the reason why these Aboriginal they look weird. They look weird. They look like Neanderthals, black Neanderthals. There's the mixture. KW Don said these Pretendians need to stop doing drugs and go to a rehab. Facts. These guys, they just all over the place. They are really all over the place. It's a shame.
So my group of people get together and we all agree that, hey, this is our flag, then we'll have a flag. Then
so basically, so y'all nomads, y'all
no, we ain't no fucking nomads. We not riding around looking for no land.
One at a time.
We not home.
He said, I said, y'all nomad. He said, we ain't no fucking nomad. Oh, that was so funny. He said, but they have no way. They have no. They're nomads. Is they just roaming on Earth. They have no home. They have nothing. And then here's the question I want to ask: you want to claim somebody else's shit? Those Native Indians who own Casino, you don't own that. You don't run that. You ride on somebody else's coattail. That's how pathetic these dudes are. This is how pathetic these dudes are. You ride on somebody else's coattail who got their shit. And these are rich. These are a 1% of Native Indians who basically work hand in hand with Europeans, by the way, that own casinos. These are like 1%. The rest of these Native Indians, and you could go on YouTube and look that for yourself. Don't even have to take my word. Go look up Indian reservations. Look at the poverty these motherfuckers. These people are living in shitholes. You want to talk about? They always talk about Africa and they got shithole country. These people are living. The red man in the United States are living in shithole places. They live in shithole reservations. I mean, it looks like a dump. It looks like redneck. I mean, literally redneck places that I wouldn't even want to step my foot in. Like if you couldn't even want to live, I mean, these people, the kids are on drugs. That's all they do is drink. I mean, it's poverty. So you claiming a 1% of Native Indians, and I don't even know who these people. They showed some pictures. I don't even know who these people are. It's a shame and it's pathetic. Yeah, what happened to their language? None of them spoke the language. Everybody on that panel, every indigenous Negropean is speaking English. I speak English because it was forced on me. It was forced on me. And I learned English through my parents. My parents learned English through their parents and so forth, so forth. It's crazy. Missy Fox said they are triggered and and rallied up because you not going to for their nonsense. Exactly. I'm not going for their bullshit. They talking madness. They migrated from Asia. Yes, true. Let's listen to some more.
Listen, nigga.
Hold that.
I
Hold the
apologize
last
for
one.
calling you nigga Nollywood. I didn't mean to say it. We not homeless,
Yo,
bro.
Alquan, you
I
got to bring
apologize for that, though. I
better
apologize for that.
scholars on your shit, man. These guys, man.
Hold your argument right quick because we're going to stay on that point of Aboriginal.
Oh, bro.
For one, you have this individual by the name of Senator Scott Beeson being made to apologize to a Negro-owned casino in Green Tract County. He called them Aborigines by correcting. Wait a minute, this article right
watch
here.
this.
Donald, are you going to interrupt?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Are you going to interrupt?
Not to cut you
I
off.
apologize, Tyrone. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Didn't Malcolm X call us Aborigines over here?
Yes, he said that you are Aborigines, but you don't like to be called Aborigines.
Yeah. I knew he said something like that.
Now you see, they went as far as using Malcolm X. I hate why do they take one of our greatest heroes and they say, well, Malcolm X said that we was Aboriginals? I never heard him say that. Do anybody in the chat ever heard Malcolm X say that black people were Aboriginals? I never heard that. I heard that Malcolm X said that we were African people. I heard that. I could pull that up. But I never heard him say that we were Aboriginals, we were Indians. I never heard that. I watch a lot of Malcolm X documentaries. I've been watching that since I was a kid. So I never heard that. So again, here we go again with more lies, more deceit. So it's ridiculous.
Didn't Martin Luther King say that I led my people into a burning house, and 200 years later, the Negro is exiled in his own land?
Absolutely. Now, with this gentleman right here, this white gentleman right here called you what you are to this land. He called you an Aboriginal by correcting.
Hold
So
up.
the white man called you that.
Don't look like no white
man.
Wait a minute.
Don't
look like a white man.
The white man called you Aboriginal. Gotcha.
Nah. It looked like he got some mixing going
African
on.
ain't call you an Aboriginal to Africa.
Alquan,
It looked like that.
Alquan, this is the best people you could bring up, Alquan. Come on,
wait a minute, because I didn't get to read the article. All right. So as this senator went to Green Tract County Casino, he corrected under wiretap a white man by the name of Benjamin Lewis calling these black Americans that's y'all Indians. He said they're not Indians, they're Aboriginals. So in this article it says, powerful Republican leader in the Senate apologized Tuesday for referring to black as Aborigines.
Appreciate that, Lady Warrior.
Aborigines on the recordings played during the federal gambling corruption trial. Senator Scott Beeson of Glendale said his comments were careless and unnecessary. Now, stop right there. Who is telling it says, and he wants to set things right. Democrats said he ought to step down Senate Rule Committee, even though the Republican Nixon was recorded making the remarks about gamblers in predominantly black Green County. He said he made the recordings while helping the FBI investigate claims of lawmakers being bribed by Beeson said our purpose today is to say that I
I'm gonna skip all this stuff. He's just reading some bullshit.
And they own, their own situations. But you will not hear. I have yet on that's next on my list till I start leaving out of the country. But I don't really plan on leaving out because why the fuck would I leave out? But every city and every state that I've ever been to, every brother has heard, that I ever met heard they had Indian in their family. But I don't know not one brother that know an African from Africa that he can to. Why is that?
Okay.
Nollywood, you got the flow. Why is
Let me
that?
Well, wait a minute. I
let me
already
address
finished.
something real quick. Let me address something. Hold on, Tyrone. Let me address the
All right,
brother real quick.
get your 2 minutes.
That's a
I'm a little
genuine question,
I'm just a little
Hollywood. So I'm not,
confused.
that's genuine.
No, but I'm just a little confused, brother.
Go ahead.
You saying that y'all not related to the Mexicans or the Latinos because they say that they are Indians. They say they are the Indians because the Taino Indians. Are you saying that you Taino?
No, what I'm saying is this. Some Tainos are kin to me. It just depends on which one of my people moved to those areas and got them some pussy.
So so
That's what
so
I'm telling you.
Right. So I'm just saying because you have the Mexicans, they represent the Indian tribe. You have the Puerto Ricans. You have all these Latinos that
And
represent
you
their
have
Indian
black people
tribe.
on
Now, I've heard that many times that Mexicans, if you look at some of those Mexican gangs, they always have the Indian tattooed on them. They let you know. Every Latino I know that I spoke to, they always say number one or two things. They said they motherland is Spain, and they connected to the Taino Indians. You know what I'm saying? They always said the Taino Indians. That's their thing. This whole thing that these black people talking about is something new to me. And first started with the whole Dan Cataway thing, and then it went from that to Yvette Carnell and all this other crap that came out in 2016. So now he's saying that, well, it could have been people could have been they slept around, you know. So you got, because of course when you sleep around, you're sharing DNA and everything, but it doesn't make you pure. It doesn't make you a pure Indian. That's my focus on. Are you a pure native Indian? That's my, but don't tell me that because you got little 1%, 2%, that doesn't mean nothing. That doesn't mean anything. But this is what these clowns are claiming. This is what these clowns are claiming. You know what I'm saying? And none of them benefited off of this. None of them. None of them got rich. None of them own anything. They don't even own a block. No reservations. They don't own nothing. They can't even show a NATO status card. So the conversation, it didn't go nowhere. It really didn't. It really didn't. Dak said there is only 1,700 different foods that originate in North America. Africa has 3,000 plus different foods that originated in Africa. Ask what were the foods they ate. They wouldn't even know. Yes, and I should have asked them that. I didn't ask them, but there's a food. Damn, I should have shared this shit. Give me 1 second. There's a food. It's called the Three Sisters. It's a native Indian food that's called the Three Sisters. Let me see if I can share this. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna share this. It's called the Three Sisters. And this is the native Indian basic diet. Let me see if I can pull this up. I'm gonna screen share this. Let me see. All right, let me see. Okay, let me see something. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna screen share this. So this is their diet. This is the native Indians. Oh shit. This is their diet. So it's basically squash, beans, and corn. That's their basic diet. That's the basic native Indian diet. Okay. But they don't talk about their diet. They don't mention their diet. They're embarrassed. This is the basic diet that they eat. Squash, beans, and corn. Now, I'm not saying they don't eat anything else besides that. They probably eat fish, of course. They probably eat bird, so they catch an eagle and they cook it and stuff like that. Buffalo, I know they do eat meat, and that's the base, but that's mostly the basic diet, right? Fish, buffalo, eagles, that's the basic diet that they eat. Where African people, we eat fish, but we also eat, we also eat a lot of chicken and yams, black-eyed peas. You name it. This is and that's always been the African diet. Most black people, we love black-eyed peas. I eat black-eyed peas. Most black people, we eat yams and stuff like those are African food. Watermelon come from Africa. A lot of black people love watermelon. Believe it or not, that's African. So these people, they don't. I bet you, if I would have said, "Hey, do you eat these? Do you eat this stuff? Do you eat squash and all that stuff?" I bet you they'd turn around and say, "No, they don't eat it." But that's their diet. That's the Indian diet. So I bet you they don't eat half of the stuff that they claim they want to, they claim they trying to be. Now let me get out of here. So let me get out of here real quick. Let me get back to the video. Here we go.
So I don't understand. Are you related? Are you related to the Mexicans?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Because this is the same. What you're doing is the same shit Psychopathia tried to do last week or the week before last. So I'm gonna tell you the same shit that I told him. When you say Taino, that means we bringing up Puerto Rico or Puerto Rico.
Not just that, you bringing up
hold
Jamaica,
up,
you bringing up Haiti.
hold on. A
Tainos are Haiti.
A Taino would look
Jamaica.
like my complexion, or Tyron's complexion. Elquan say he a light skinned brother. So I would assume all.
I'm a light skinned brother.
When we say Puerto Rican, we must understand that you have the white style Puerto Ricans with the long black hair that we all consider Puerto Rican today. But those are not the original Puerto Ricans. The original Puerto Ricans, the Tainos, will look just like us so-called niggas that you see walking around in America today. So I would say, yes, most likely I'm kin to some Tainos. Why? Because you had
not kin
Nassau.
to some.
You had
the culture.
You had the
American. The culture. It's the culture. The Sea Island culture, the Muskogean culture, the Caribbean culture. It's the same thing.
Yes.
You had American Indians, the mainland American Indians, being swapped out during chattel slavery before they brought in alleged Africans. They were already bringing in mainland East Coast Indians and Southeast Indians, and also before that, centuries before that, before white people came over here, the culture was already intermingling.
Keep in mind, Tyron, when they say that they bought millions of slaves and shit, came as indentured servants, meaning they came as business partners.
You hear the nonsense? Do you hear the fucking nonsense? Dex said, if you get kidnapped by a stranger, how will you know who your people are? The answer is DNA, facts. There you have it. But you hear the nonsense that these guys are saying? He said, oh, they only bought 26 Africans, and they were indigenous servants, and they were business partners. We was partners with the oppressor. He shows no evidence. He shows no proof. These people have a lack of intelligence. This is the reason why scholarship is very important. And I just sit back and I just let them talk. I sit back and you just let them talk, and you just hear the foolishness. It just don't make any sense. It's not reasonable. Like, where you get your information from, and then they can't even show you. This is what you call nigger babbling. That's what it is. Aboriginal, pretendian nigger babbling. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like Stacey said, this is pure nonsense. Pure nonsense. It's ridiculous.
And they were called Criollo. And get this. They were called Criollo. And who's the nigga that came up here talking about, like, the what's that man? One of those slaves in Fort Moshe. They kept using that argument. That brother was titled a Criollo because he had white status.
Now check this out. Elquan proved on one of his shows that we had kingdoms established. How did he do that? Because he proved that we had military bases established. How did he do that?
Yes, Dan Calloway said the same thing.
In Alabama. Nollywood, shut the hell up.
Okay, what source did you get that from, Dan Calloway?
Listen, let me have the floor, Nollywood. They had a base that they found, I think, in Alabama, and they tried to call it.
And I wasn't trying to be funny. It was a fact. This is coming from Dan. These are Dan Calloway talking points. Oh man, these are Dan Calloway talking points. It's a shame. It's ridiculous. Dan Calloway talking points. And I wasn't trying to be funny. I was being real. You just gotta laugh at the bullshit. It's just funny to me, man. Like I said, I didn't have nothing better to do. I just did entertain a bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
The slave quarters, and Elquan was like, "Look at this. This is a military fort." You see what I'm saying?
So wait a minute. So So he's saying that the slave castles or the slave dungeons in Ghana was a military fort. I want people to hear what they're saying. He's saying the slave dungeons in Ghana was a military fort. Was a military fort, and that's what it was. It was a military fort. But we call it slave dungeons. A slave castle, you should say. It's ridiculous. Now you do see cannons. I believe I think you do see some cannons that the Europeans had put in place when they came over and set up shop. But I don't know. But I do have Sikhs. Like I said, I don't really know much about it. I would have to go over there and really, really find out. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know everything. So I would have to go to Ghana, and I want to so bad, because I really want to know how, like, exactly what with the detail of it, the detail of how the castle was built, how, and all that, all that other stuff. So I want to really know the history. I know the basics, but I want to know everything. So, but for him to say it's a fort, like, it's like this is some, like what they do in England, and that's false. That's not true. Like I said, when you go over there, it's a slave dungeon. That's all it is, and we got to call it for what it is.
Had forts built up. We had established right over here, and I tell anybody, we sold each other out because of the American dream. Some brothers wanted to. I got this brother, my uncle. He's 60 years old. I asked him what the Civil War mean, because he be saying that we be up here talking shit. And so he said, you know what Civil War is? I said, no. He said, Civil War. He said, Joseph, listen to me. Civil War is everybody for their goddamn self. You know what I'm saying? And it makes sense when he say that shit like that. But Nollywood, you got the floor. Go ahead.
I was trying to get back to this article.
Yeah, go ahead,
So
Tyrone.
in that same article about the Green Track County Casino, this is the people that he's talking about. It's not a Mongol Native American running that casino. This is a black-owned casino. And he walked up in there with Senator Scott Beeson walked up in there with a Republican senator named Benjamin Lewis, and Benjamin Lewis called these people Indian Aborigines. Now,
can you show that? Can you show that?
This is the owner right here in the center. His name.
See, you hear the question I asked him? You hear the question I asked him? I said, can you show that? Can you show that information? That he said something. I want him to back it up with evidence. I said, show that. Show what you just said. He's not going to show it. He didn't show it. You're gonna hear him beat around the bush. I just told him to show it.
Name is stop, Cookie. The brother's name is Luther Wynn.
You sure he a brother?
He's a black American.
Did he say he was a black American? Did he say he was a black American?
You don't see that afro?
Nollywood, we doing this?
Nollywood.
Yeah,
we doing
that ain't a brother. I don't know what a brother is.
We doing this, Nollywood.
I don't know. He looked.
Nollywood, you serious?
I don't know.
Come on, bro.
I think
you don't know what black is.
Hey, guy.
So you saying he's an Indian?
Hey, guy, you one of those people who keep saying that Bin Laden ain't black.
Show me. Okay, now show me. Now here's my question.
Man, you
show me. No, show me.
People call. Stop right there, guy. Now
I want him. I want to hear from him.
Nigga, shut up and listen. Those two white men that were under investigation by the FBI.
He's not going to show it. He's not going to show it.
Are you going to be a clown?
That's Tyrone. Why you got to be insulting? You can't, because you can't prove your case, and then you got to go with the insult.
You being disingenuous.
We ain't seeing no evidence. We ain't seeing your sources, bro.
See, there you go.
Nollywood, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen.
Come on now.
Hold on. Tyron, Tyron, chill.
He said
Nollywood, I'm
Tyron.
gonna tell you what's gonna happen. What you do
Tyron.
next is gonna determine on
So
whether or not Elquan do a prime cuts on some is he black or is he not black shit. And your ass gonna be the main culprit. So
No, I'm asking. No, he said this man was Indian. I need to show from him, from this guy that he's showing that he said he was Native American.
Nollywood, I understand what you're saying, bro, but I'm trying to spell your ass for being on the prime
Truth
cuts.
Patrol. Can you? So I want truth. Can you prove that this man is Indian? Can you show it?
I can't prove he's Indian. I can prove
Oh
he's
shit.
Aboriginal.
We can prove that he's Aboriginal to this landmass.
Now, this
We
is
don't
why
know
I'm
what
saying I
Indian
can't prove
tribe
he's
he
Indian.
belongs to, but we know what
Hold
he
on,
is.
Nollywood, listen. You gotta understand that Aboriginal and Indian is a difference, and this is what I mean by that. There was a group of people, and the Spaniards called those brothers Indians. Indian is the end of a sentence. Ninos de Indios, children of God or children of the light. So you had several brothers that was Aboriginal, but today, right? I know some sisters who consider brothers consider themselves Muslims. Some consider themselves Buddhists. Some consider themselves Catholic. A certain group of people had a certain belief, and though that group of people was considered to be called Indians. This is why I'm saying Aboriginal
means the original inhabitants, the first man speak of in Pan-Africanism. The black man, right? So the black man cannot be exclusive to Africa in the words of the Honorable Khalid Muhammad. He said you can't place our throne on Africa because our throne is the globe, not just Africa. Boom.
Wrong. That's what he said.
Yeah, so Africa is not our home.
He didn't say Asia. He didn't say North America.
Nigga,
he said Africa.
Planet, nigga, he said the planet is our home. Your throne is Africa. Gotcha. So the nigga here is an Aboriginal. He's an original man, right?
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Since
Don't ask me a question just yet.
I don't know. I don't know what is it because you're giving me mixed messages.
Stop right there. Stop. Can you stop right there?
Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom. I'm listening.
Gotcha. Okay, I have your attention. Are you following me?
I'm following you, brother.
All right. So Pan-Africans say themselves that the Negro is the original man, right? Yes or no?
I guess so.
Not no guess so. Yes or no?
The original man. I only heard it from the Muslims, so I'm assuming so.
The original man, the Negro, the black man.
According to the Bible, yeah, the Bible said the first man and woman was created in Ethiopia.
I ain't say no according to no Bible.
Yes, it did. It said it was created in Ethiopia.
No, it doesn't. It didn't say that shit. Out of Africa theory says it.
That's it. I'm talking about the Bible, sir. Talking about the Bible.
The Bible didn't say anything about Africa being the cradle of
civilization. They said Adam and Eve was created in the land of Cush. Am I right? Am I right?
Adam and Eve was created in the Cush.
Oh my God! These people. Go ahead. The Garden Eden
is not even in Nubia.
Where was the Garden Eden at? Where was the Garden Eden at?
The Garden of Eden is not literal, nigga. It's allegory.
Oh my God.
The Bible should not be taken literally. It's
so
allegory.
Where was the first man and woman was created at, sir?
So hold on. Let me ask you something. Hold on.
According to science, go ahead.
Wait.
Hold on, Tyron. We gonna hold this nigga to that. Yo, so was Cush
why do I have to be a nigga? I can't be a brother?
Okay.
To have an intelligent dialogue?
Check this out. Was Cush before Noah?
Huh?
Answer my question. Since you just
we get far away from this article.
Was
okay, we getting far away. Don't get into the Bible stuff because that's here nor there.
Well, remember this guy brought
on the topic of Aborigine. We stand on the topic of Indian Aborigine.
Yeah. So what's the difference between Aboriginal Indians and Indigenous?
Aborigine and Indigenous is the same fucking thing. Aborigine means the first inhabitant. Indigenous means that you are
like
native
the brother
to that
who
land.
just posted up the comment saying
You
Indian
original to
means
that land.
indigenous. It does not. It does not. Spaniards called a group of people Indians. There
Okay,
was no
and where do
people.
Indians come from?
The first
America.
I thought
America.
Indians came
so. They
from
didn't come from
America.
India.
No, they
No,
came
because
from
India
America.
was not called India yet.
That
Why
ain't
did
even
Christopher
that didn't
Columbus?
that that
So
Wait a
didn't
why
minute.
did
Wait
affect
a
the
Christopher
minute.
Columbus
Latino
thought he was in
Hold on. I'm
India?
trying to build with him.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? When Christopher Columbus he went to the Bahamas, right? According to his captain log. He came across the natives that he called natives, and he thought, because he was trying to go to Asia. And he actually thought that he was in Asia because he thought he saw a group of people that looks Asian. He described the people. He described how they look. He said these people had straight black hair. They had a darker melanin. But he never said that these people were black. He might, just because you're dark, that don't mean you're black. You know, you could be, I see some dark Indians, some dark East Indians, but they're not black people. So, according to the captain's log, because he was there, Christopher Columbus was there. These people that I'm talking to, they wasn't there. They wasn't there in the 1400s. They wasn't there. I'm going by what people who was there. And he said they didn't really have any stronger weapons. They said they could easily be taken over. He wasn't like he went to Africa, because Africa, if he went to Africa, you best believe he couldn't say, oh, these people look weak, we could take them over. He wouldn't say that a bunch of African people. That just, I mean, there's been many stories how African people fought against the British, many wars, even in ancient Kemet. This is an ancient war, 5,000 year war, fighting against Europeans. So these people never fought back. These people, they let these Europeans ransack them. According to Christopher Columbus captain's log, he even said they could be easily taken over. We could take over just like that. These people are weak. So this is what they're saying. Okay, these guys, what they're saying, they try to adopt a culture, a weak culture actually. And again, Christopher Columbus never said that these people had afros. They look more close to African people. He never said that. So I'm going to go by someone who was there and that witnessed it. So that's what I'm going by. So I don't know what these guys are talking about.
Tell you something.
So why did Christopher Columbus thought he was in India?
Christopher Columbus didn't think he was no Indian. Cut that
No, I
shit
said,
out.
why did he
Christopher
thought that
Columbus
he was
never
in
said he
India?
was
Because he saw a
Indian.
bunch of
His
Indians.
name ain't even Christopher Columbus. So he never
Oh
said he
my
was
God.
Indian.
Okay, I got it.
Hold on, wait a minute.
And I could prove it.
I'm trying to wait a minute.
Christopher
Wow.
Wait a
Columbus
minute.
He said he said his name was not even Christopher Columbus. Are you what is going on here? What is going on? That's all we know is Christopher Columbus. What other name did he went by? What other name he went? That's all I know. I don't care about. I know what. Hey, look, he was Italian. He was an Italian. I don't know. Maybe he had an Italian name. I don't know. But I only know all I know that was his name all my life. Christopher Columbus. He said that's not really his name. Okay. See what I had to deal with? This is the reason why I stopped going on these platforms. It becomes a circus.
sailing around the Americas, then he got around a group of niggas that he thought was Indians and said those was not the Indians. This is proving what I'm saying the whole damn
I'm
time.
going by his captain log, sir.
No, they called a certain group of brothers Indians. No
Who's
group
they?
of black people in
Who's
America
they?
ever called themselves Indians.
Who's they?
The foreigners.
What foreigners?
The foreigner came here looking for what they consider gold.
Who was these foreigners? Who's these foreigners that you're talking
Crackers
about?
and niggas, aka your Germans, your Russians, your so-called Moors, foreigners.
But let's get real.
Moors.
Guy in Hollywood think you're trying to get away from him explaining the article.
Okay, okay. Let me. Okay, go back to Tyrone. Go ahead back. Sorry about that.
So, with the definition of Indian,
let's go back to that.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna get on that. I'm gonna get on that.
I love it. I let these guys confused. They just like all over the place. They don't know. They can't handle me. These guys can't handle me. Pan-Africanism won again. Pan-Africanism won again. They all over the place. They can't handle me. They couldn't handle me. And I'm only one man. I'm holding it down. I'm going against 3 or 4 of these coons. I mean, come on. They can't handle me. Dex said, the truth is there where people here, those people were of African descent. Okay, true. They are making an argument that the first humans originate in North America. That's far from the truth, facts. These people can't comprehend an actual source. That you're on point. You're on point. You are on point. It's just, these guys have, when I asked for proof and evidence, they couldn't even back up their argument. You see Tyrone, first of all, let me see if I could show this. Let me see something. This is Tyrone's place. This is Tyrone. This is his place. He's showing a phone here. So you could tell you could tell he's a junky, nasty dude. Like, and you're on the phone. Your house look, your room. I don't know if you live in a room. He probably live with. I'm not surprised he lived with his parents. He got to be like he's in his 30s, probably late 30s, pushing 40. He probably in his early. I don't know how old he is. He probably in his late 40s, still live with his parents. His room is very junky. My man, like, you got to get your shit together, B. Before, I tell anybody, before you start talking your nonsense, get your shit together, man. Get your stuff together, man. Take care of home, take care of yourself, and then you can say your stuff. But don't, if your life is not in order, how the hell are you going to be talking about? How are you going to talk about something, number one, that you never experienced, that you never was into, that you don't know nothing about, but your life is not even in order? Like, your life is a disarray, man. Get your shit together, man. It's sad.
From that, so,
yeah, because I want to know where that guy's from.
Hold on, I want to break down the word Indian.
Tyrone, you all over the place, brother.
I'm gonna circle it back. Don't interrupt.
I know boy Ham against the rope outcome. I'm trying
to build with you.
All right, I'm listening.
So this is an indigenous East Indian telling you that his land was not called India at the time of Columbus. His land is Barat. But you have this other woman talking to him and trying to hold on to that Indian word by saying Hindustan when that's not a fucking word. It's Barat.
As we have known this nation for over 18,000 years, we have never defined ourselves with names. If you drive 50 kilometers,
okay, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Wear differently, eat differently.
Y'all keep talking about this one grandparent that called y'all, say y'all was Native Indian. What happened to the other 3 grandparents?
What do you mean?
What do you
No,
mean?
because I keep hearing it's the same bullshit. Y'all keep saying this. My grandma said that we was Indian.
Wait,
And
wait.
Hold on, Tyron. Hold on. I gotta check this shit. Hold on, Tyron. I
but
gotta
what
Tyron,
happened to
Tyron,
the other 3 grandparents?
Tyron,
We
you
have
got
4
Tyron,
grandparents.
you got an echo too.
Yo,
I mean,
so you mean to fucking tell me that we gotta ignore our grandparents, but we can listen to what you Pan-Africans is
no, I
telling
never
us
said
based on
that.
what the cracker?
I never said that.
Oh,
But,
that's what the
I
fuck you
said,
just implied.
Yes, you did say
You just implied that shit.
check
no,
it out.
Okay,
listen what
y'all
I'm
keep saying
saying,
y'all
brother. Listen what I'm
grandparents, so
saying.
we gotta ignore our oral tradition, but we gotta coincide with
That's
what is
not what I
stranger,
said.
which is the cracker from a whole nother fucking
That's
country
not what I
saying he don't know
said.
shit
Now,
about this bitch
but
before
truth
the
for Cho,
1600s. We
truth
gotta
for
believe
Cho,
that shit.
truth for Cho, what he's trying to say is how come the other 3 grandparents didn't say anything, but the other 3, when people say grandparents, we talking about all the ones that we know, everybody. So it's not just one; it's everybody.
Yeah.
But Alquan, they don't say all 4. They always talk about that one grandma, and used to be a grandma. Well, my grandma said, "Well, what happened to your granddaddies? Your other grandmother? You have 4 grandparents."
So when you go to the store and pay
here's
for
your
something with
argument,
change,
sir.
you
I'm
count out
telling you
each
it's the same on all
coin.
4 sides.
My
I'm
God,
telling you
I
it's the
asked
same on all
both
4
sides of
sides,
my
man. What you talking
family
about?
where our genealogy is. I asked them both.
You
Their
didn't say that in the
genealogy.
beginning,
Yes, I did,
Tyrone.
nigga. I didn't say my grandmother.
Yes, you did. You said your
that shit.
grandma. Yes,
What mark did I say my grandma?
you said your. You
At
said
what
you
night?
grand.
At what mark? Time code. Timestamp where
He's
I
gonna keep
said.
cutting me off.
Now I probably said that because me and my grandmother was real close, and my great grandparents. So we always talked about this type of stuff. But yeah, you can hold me to that. But on both sides of my family, all 4 grandparents, if you want to go there, and my family was slave owners.
Nolly, will you see that on the screen?
Oh, so your family was slave owners?
Yeah, my family was slave owners. You damn right.
You already says family was slave owners. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. So he's taking on that image where his Indians owned African people. He said that my people owned slaves. They helped enslave the African people. Yeah. And he's open to it. He's open to it. He's almost like bragging about it. You know what I'm saying? So wow, you can't make this up. It's crazy.
We had white
Oh
slaves
wow, are
and
you
black.
proud of that?
Yeah, you damn
Okay,
right I am.
John Hollywood, which one of your
He's proud of it.
grandparents told you that
He's
you
proud of
came
it.
from a specific West African tribe?
He can't
Without
tell you.
taking DNA tests,
All of
which
them.
one?
Nah, I don't believe that.
Man, get the
No,
fuck
they
out of
didn't.
here, Nolly.
Which
Are you
one? Name them.
serious? Are you
Name them.
serious?
No, we
You gonna
serious.
tell
Which
me?
one?
Do you know my family?
You right.
Which
You
one
right.
of
You
them?
right.
What's your
Come on
grandparent?
now,
You know
come on,
what? You right.
Grandparent?
Alquan, come on now, brother.
Now, listen. No offense, Guy Hollywood, but looking at you,
So
I
you
get
go
mad.
by looks.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
You go
Yes,
by
I
looks.
can.
You Pan
You
African
went
Oh
on
by
God.
look.
lookism.
You just judged what this man looks
Yeah,
like. Come on now.
Elquan, they got a term for you. They say you go by lookism. I like that term.
Yeah, look at shit. Look at shit.
Look at this.
Look
Like
at shit. Look
Psycho
at
said.
shit.
But
Psycho
Look
be
at
saying
shit.
that shit.
Tyrone, can you pull up where he said he was Native Indian?
He never said anything what he is.
So how the fuck? Oh my! So how you gonna tell me what? I don't
How
want to
you
hear
gonna
what white
tell me
people
what?
saying.
How
I
you
want to
gonna
hear
hear
what
what
this
white
brother's
people
saying.
saying?
Pause 1 second.
Wait,
Tyron.
hold on. How can you be
Wait.
Pan African saying you
Pause.
don't want to hear what the white man said?
Tyron, if you pulled up something that where he said it, then he'll ask for DNA after that. So it's gonna.
No.
It never is.
So Dex said, I want to just read some of these comments. Dex said, remember Jabari debunked Dan Calloway. Yes, I remember that. I love that video. Dan hired voice over Pat Stolen. He said Dan hired voice over Petey stole part of the source from an author Avis J. Smith. Verbatim, and they still choose to believe Yeah, they still choose to believe him. It's a cult. Yeah. Yeah, they all of them have these white, and like I said, they make up stuff as they go. They make up stuff. It's like the Bible. It's like they have their own. Everybody have their own perception of the Bible. What the Bible, what they think the Bible is. It becomes a circus. And now the guy, he said, "Oh yeah, my people. I'm proud that my people own slaves. So you're proud of your people. You first of all, I don't think his family owned anybody. In my opinion, I don't think so. And I said, well, damn, you proud of people? You proud of that? You proud to come to black spaces and say you proud to own other black people? Is that where we going now? Is that what we're doing now? And now they're gonna say, well, you don't look African. How do African people look? Because when you go to certain parts of Africa, there's black people that looks like me. There's black people that looks like me. I don't know what world they come from. But just like Dex said, he said there's black people that's either dark, you got them look brown, you got light, you know what I'm saying? So you got different pigmentation. Hell, you got some African albinos. So what are they talking about? And of course, if you go into a colder climate, of course, over time, your offspring will go to get lighter because of the climate change. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing they don't understand. When people came out of Africa, they went to a colder climate. Then they're eating different foods. The foods was different. The atmosphere was different. So of course the offspring is going to get lighter and lighter and lighter. The hair is going to get straighter. Things which you know what I'm saying. So that happens. That's science. You take any animal outside of their climate, they're going to change. So yeah, you're going to have albinoism. You're going to have certain things. You're going to have birth defects. You're going to have DNA changes. DNA do change. You're going to have what they call DNA mutation. It happens. So I don't know what world these people live in. I don't. They out of control. Yeah. And see, these are the type of people that they will mix race with white folks, and then they turn around and say they're still black. These are the same. All these people that you hear, they still follow what they call the slave culture law, the one drop black blood slave law. They still follow it. Black people still follow that till this very day, which is crazy to me. Oh, they're still black. And one thing about white people, this is the reason why white people are always going to keep their race pure. They're always going to keep their race pure. I'm just saying, for me, I'm not claiming biracial kids. I'm not claiming them to say, well, you're black. I'm not doing it. If Dr. Umar wants to do that, that's him. But see, that's wrong. Because these people come from two different parents. And I'm not going to say, oh, you're black because I don't like white folks. No, you come from two different race of people, and you need to embrace that. That's what I would tell them. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be on some, oh, well, I'm going to claim you because I don't like white folks. No, I don't want to take on white people's garbage. If white people want to say, oh, my kids are white and they mix, let them have it. I want a pure race. Just like white people want to have a pure race. That's just me.
Okay, I can use another example. Old dirty bastard of the Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
you gonna say he's Asian?
No, he's an American Indian. He's Shinnecock. Now, this is Old Dirty Bastard, Jizza, RZA, and Flavor Flav's ancestor.
Oh my God.
That's their ancestor. And he's in
Who
the
was that?
Manhattan. This is their ancestor, Wickham Cuffy. He's in the Shinnecock section of the American Indian Museum in Manhattan. I just showed this shit to the Psycho the other day, and they were in denial. This is their ancestor.
I don't. Yeah, I have to do some research on that. I never heard of that before.
No, they said it themselves in their whole entire rap career. I can play you
Oh,
music
so you heard
videos
in
if
their
you want.
lyrics? You heard in their
Not just
lyrics?
lyrics. They told Howard Stern that they're Indians.
Can you pull that up?
Went on
Can you pull that
several
up?
occasions. All right,
Can you pull that up?
all right. Let's go to YouTube.
Oh boy, your fake
And
ass
Flavor
scholarship is
Flav.
crazy right now.
How's it
son.
fake ass scholarship? This is the brother that's explaining his oral
Yo,
history.
Alquan, this is the best you could do, Alquan. Come on, man.
Tyrod, what it is they ask, and then you provide, and it's like, oh shit, he's actually
Then he
providing.
said, "Oh, you can use oral history in the DNA. Then you got to travel to Africa and be a
It's time to pull up your family tree. You could not prove that you come from a Muskogee Indian tribe.
They hear influential rappers.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it.
Hold on, wait.
Alquan, this is the best you could do. This is your scholars, Alquan.
Well, I mean, if you think this is poor, I mean, your man forecast failed miserably.
I think Alquan, I think you'll do a better job, brother.
Hold on, wait 1 second.
Tyrone, I can't hear them.
Video, if you want to hear the video, go to Flavor Flav and RZA.
Why do no you? I
actually, and then he pulls up a video. He pulls up a video that no one can hear it. And see that's another. And this is what these Pretendians do. They'll show these so-called sources, but they make it hard for you to understand it. So I kept saying, and he can I don't know if he because he's doing it through a phone. He's doing it through a phone. A phone. Look, again. I don't know if something's wrong with his speaker. I don't know, but I'm telling him I can't hear it. If you're gonna bring up sources or whatever, you gotta have to where it's clear, where I can understand what you're saying. So now I gotta go out my way. I gotta go out my way to look for. I'm not doing that. I asked him to pull up the source. I'm not doing that. That's his job. I'm asking him. If you're not presenting it right, that means it doesn't. That means that source doesn't exist. That's how I'm looking at it. All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Dex. Give me Dex. Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, Dex.
Who to pull it up?
07. I just pulled it up.
But I can't hear nothing about nothing.
Oh, you want me to put it on caption? Okay. I don't know why this shit ain't turned on the caption. Talking about is their cuffies. They're saying that they're related. In another clip, you can look up the song. Wu-Tang.
Unfortunately, Pan Africans, like I said when I was dealing with forecasts, is
Uh-huh.
they have a refusal to admit.
Alcorn, he hasn't put video. I couldn't even hear what the people were saying. And they didn't say,
I
I
just
didn't hear.
All right, so let me put this link there. Let me see something. Let's see what happens. All right, that's the link. Let's see something here. Let's read some of his comments. Grandma and grandpa were dumb as well. They had to work. They don't all have this time to go to school. Yep. A lot of them couldn't go to school. You're right about that. That's when you need. That's when you end up in the conversation. Yep. That's true. All right. So Omar has bigger problems than worry about accepting biracial unless they were going to help save the school. Yep. I agree. Umar speaks facts regardless of his financial situation. That's true. Yep. All right. Let's see my brother. Hey, what's up? Dex, what's good?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, Dex.
Okay. Nah, I just wanted to get up in here and agree with you. You feel me? Like, because these people make these claims, and a lot of the claims that they're making, they're not comprehending the source that they're getting it from the correct way. You feel what I'm saying? So they,
Right.
I mean, people use Google for 90% of the things that they want to know, and then the things that they think that they know, they Google it and it doesn't say the things that they wanted to say, and then they say, "Oh, it's the white man's technology," or
Mm-hmm.
it's the white man's technology. That's why we don't trust DNA and all it. Like what it is what it is people have a problem with being wrong. They
Right.
need to know. They need to put their pride to the side and say, you know what, I'm wrong about this, and I know I'm
Mm-hmm.
wrong about it. I just don't want to say that I'm wrong. That's really it with these people. You
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
you tell. See, the problem is they're making claims, these new claims of we originated from North America. The problem with that is science doesn't say that,
Right.
and the problem is also look it up, do your research, and Dane Calloway tell these people to do that. It'd be crazy if Dane Calloway came out and said, "I tricked all y'all niggas." You feel me? Like I tricked all y'all. I told y'all to do y'all research, and I was just
Yep.
playing with all y'all. Then they'll be like, looking. Everybody would be looking stupid. 90% of these black folks. Now you got a subdivision of these people called the FBA.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're a subdivision because they believe that we do have African lineage, but they don't want to identify with it. So now it's
Mm-hmm.
confusing because now when you hear people say I'm a American, you don't know if they saying I'm an indigenous a person or I'm a foundational person, which is really saying the same shit. But
Yes.
but the overall thing that I want to get to is we have to give these people, and I'm not just talking about them specifically. We have to give all of our people a mental IQ test and a psychological test to know where they are academically calculated at. Because a lot of these people that make these claims, I guarantee you, they don't have a high school diploma. They haven't finished basic
Mhm.
school. They have a low IQ problem, and also they don't know how to comprehend. They don't even know how to read. So if you don't
Mhm.
you could read something and not and just not understand what the source is saying. So we got to get these people a test where that, well, everybody attest to where we could see where their brain is, how their brain is actually functioning. And another thing is they're becoming pseudo and
Mhm.
meaning that they don't like dealing with actual information.
Right.
So
That's
when we
true.
talk about DNA is information. If you don't, if like I said in the comments, if you get kidnapped right now and somebody hit you upside the head and you don't know anything, you're a vegetable. How would you find out who your people are if you even know that you're kidnapped? You would do it by DNA. If you get caught with, doing a crime, what's the main thing that they use to detect you being on a scene of a crime? They're gonna use DNA, whether it's fingerprint, blood, hair sample. It's different types of ways you can get these answers. That's why
Mhm.
they run the
Right.
DNA, is because the DNA is proving the factual points. Then it's people that even do the DNA and say, "Oh, I got 1% of this." So now I'm 100% of it because I have 1%. That makes no sense. These people are just crazy in the head, and I'm not trying to be like rude or funny or because they actually need help. That's the problem. They need help, and I don't know if these people go through something personally or whatever. But not to be too long, but we just need to actually, because I know people that do get it. They be like, damn, like I just didn't get the information that I was reading until somebody actually told it verbally. So that's all I really wanted to say, man. It's just a lot with these people, and hopefully, if we all come together as African people, these people would actually want to be on the winning team.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
right
that's deep.
like right now, if America fall, they ain't gonna want to claim this shit. They only claiming it because of the currency for real. Because America is quote unquote the richest country on the face of the earth, when that's really not true. They steal resources from Africa in order to make these weapons, this technology, and it's not just America. It's the Chinese. It's the Europeans. It's just crazy that they making these claims. That's the crazy part. But yeah, just it's the mental for these people. But that's
No,
all I
you're
want.
right.
Yeah.
No, you're right, brother. You're right. I want to give welcome to my brother, Kamisi Fox. What's going on, King?
Peace, peace.
Peace. What up, Ganali? What up, brother Dex? Yo, I had to step off a little bit. I was listening. I had to step off. I had to handle some business and then come back. So I missed a lot of it. But, brother Dex pretty much just said everything that needed to be said. Hey, we dealing with those what's that dude? Dane Calloway-ites. Dane Calloway ignited these people and got all these between Dan Calloway and Tariq Nasheed, they ignited these people and got them all riled up. And like he said, they base their identity on who they are not.
Right.
Their whole thing is not being African.
Right.
That's their strongest tie that binds them together is them. We're not Africans, but they won't say who they are. They probably Christians. They don't speak no native language. I'm familiar with the dude, that one dude. He be on there arguing with. He used to be in there arguing with Brandon all the time. So by now, you would think, since they own this, we Pretendians kick. By now, all right, where's your Native Americans? You would at least have some Native Americans on your broadcast. but it's still them same guys. Them same guys stringing together, you know, this shit house scholarship they got, stringing together the little bit of talking points that they got, and couple that with a bunch of dumb pictures that they showed, and you know, and they think that they shit is solid, and they stupid, like Dex said, they ignorant, slow.
Mind you, a lot of the pictures that Dane Calloway is showing, he's showing it out of context. So he would grab a picture off the internet with a black person that is an indigenous person per se, in the way of African migration. He would use those pictures and be like, "See, we were here first. We were already over here." But he's not going deeper into context into what his actual point is to these people.
You don't have to.
Because when he say that we were here first, these people believe that we came out of the earth from over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that's far from the truth.
That's what they want to believe. That's it. He don't have to put no context on it. Just grab a couple of pictures, say a couple of things. That, you know, that shit house scholarship. You know, a couple of YouTube pictures and a couple of couple of wrong facts. One of them had the nerve to say Malcolm said that. Like, as if Malcolm was walking around saying Aboriginal all the time. Like, wow.
No, did y'all hear about the Albert Perry one?
Albert Perry?
Yeah. So his DNA had traced back to 300,000 years over here in America because he came by way of slavery. And they were saying, well, Albert Perry is from South Carolina and his DNA is 300,000 years old. But to come and find out, I researched it, and what happened is his DNA is special, but it's out of a haplogroup out of Africa. So they went to Africa and did DNA tests around the. They didn't just go to Africa, but they went around the world looking for this specific haplogroup, and it came out of Cameroon, and it's a different type of haplogroup, but it's the same genetic lineage, and it predates the one that Albert Perry has. And they're saying just because it's different that it's not the same. But it clearly say it was a previous, it was older than Albert Perry's. You know, Albert Perry DNA came from this other haplogroup. But and then you got these people making other claims such as like it was told in reverse, and it's
just a bunch of pathetic attempts to try to un-Africanize themselves. And what is the benefit that they've gotten? I've heard these same guys on. I've been doing this for a long time. Always and always that's another thing. They short on information, and that's why they rah all the time. That's why they turned up all the time. Like, if you real secure in your information, you ain't got to be turned up all the time. Like you said, well, so-and-so nigga, so-and-so nigga. Yeah, that shows you a bunch of turned up people. You know your stuff is weak. And when you stand there and start challenging it, they start getting all bent out of shape. You know, they ain't got no real information. It's just pathetic. And then, you know, what is that? What are all these groups gaining? ADOS, FBA, what are you gaining? Like, what is the benefit of you? What has been the benefit of you delineating? You know, we must delineate.
They want reparations. And this is the thing about that. The reparations is a form of, they asking for a form of currency from the United States dollar. The dollar holds no value at all. So y'all gonna get paid 9 times out of 10, you're giving it right back to them. Yeah. And you're basically paid no mineral. I'll see if they could ask for like some gold or something to make more sense. And on top of that, I think it should be a global thing. I don't think it should just be it was one transatlantic slave trade. So
but they're not seriously pushing for that anyway.
Yeah,
they ain't gonna do nothing that's gonna compel that anyway, because they don't want no smoke. You have to have an adversarial. You have to be willing to have an adversarial relationship with America if you really want that. But we don't want to do that. You know, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do what it takes to make them, because if it's really an overdue bill, then you have to muscle it out of them. We have to do things that are going to hurt them in their pocket, like cancel holidays. We're not going to participate. We're going to disengage. We're going to hold our vote. They're not going to do anything that's going to make America feel any pain in their pockets. You know, they're not going to do it. They're not that dedicated. They're more concerned about being not African. That's their, man, look, that is their biggest thing, not being African. And they troll these FBA groups like the Black Alpha Network. They troll Africans so much that now the Africans are giving pushback. They call them tethered so much. Now the Africans are coming up with names for Black Americans. They're calling us colonialists.
But to your point, it's ignorant people on the continent just as well as there is ignorant people over here, and they don't know that. You know, we don't know that, and
that's true.
They don't know that over there on the continent. On the continent. So when I say you got continental Africans that are just as ignorant, they research those type of people. They don't. And then it's just so deep because now you got conservative Black men that's so fascinated with the politics of America that they're even degrading our African ancestry too by way of politics. So now y'all are asking for reparations from a society that don't even like you. You know what I mean? So why are you asking for some? If I go ask the corner store cashier, can I get $5? He gonna be like, man, you ain't buy shit. So why am I giving you anything? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
reparations is supposed to be a bill. It ain't even supposed to be we asking. This is an overdue bill. Right. You know, like when they say this is an attempt to collect the debt. You know, those bill collectors, when they say that, I'm telling on myself. Yeah, I have debt collectors call me and say this is an attempt to collect the debt. Any information used will used for that purpose. Yeah, well, that's how that's supposed to be.
This how you know these people don't even read. One of you two got $1 or any currency in your pocket right now. If you look at the currency, it clearly says it's a legal tender note for debt, public and private.
Right.
If you see the currency, so it's not backed by any mineral. Y'all are asking for a piece of paper. If you want reparations, do it globally. You have to. It was one transatlantic slave trade. It came from and it was a very small number that came to America compared to the Caribbean and it's in South America, and we're asking for the most. But it needs to be global because it was one slave trade. So if we ask for what we need over here, and then Southern America asks for what they need, and any other country that enslaved Africans ask for what they need, and we all come together and ask for that number, then it'll be more likely so. You know,
absolutely. We can't do it because of people like the vet. Y'all got y'all justice claim over there, and we got all of them here, and y'all, I understand that y'all ain't got no part in our justice claim. We too busy listening to this wild hyena. It's all game, man. It's all a psyops to me to break up our natural alliance. We would have a natural alliance. And like I said, the Africans who are not even on that, those FBA groups pretend like they don't even hear them. If the African brothers say, look, I'm down, I agree. I think African Americans, y'all deserve reparations. Y'all deserve everything. And I support you. They act like they don't hear those brothers and sisters who talk like that. They tone deaf. They like this gangbanging shit they doing. They like this delineation. They feel that they have the closest proximity to whiteness, and that's what's really about this FBA shit is about. they feel they have the closest proximity to whiteness, and they have the biggest claim on the last piece of chicken in the kitchen. That's all. That's what's really going on. This FBA stuff is a psyop.
Let me add on this too, because both of your brothers on point. They like to be fed under the table by their oppressor, because that's what I'm hearing. You know, and I was watching this movie. What is it called? Uncle Tom's Cabin. That right there, I mean, that it really done something to me. You know, watching that. It's a good film, but it was based on true events. And they would feed, these white folks would have enslaved Africans under the table, and they would have dinners, and they would feed them like animals. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm hearing from these pretendians. They like to be fed under the table like they're the white folks' pets. Yeah, that's what you're hearing. And they thinking that if I stop being African, because reparations really is for the African Holocaust. Just like you have the Jewish Holocaust, you have the African Holocaust. This is something that our ancestors have been saying that for a long time, since Marcus Garvey. Yep. Okay. So, you know, Pan-Africanism will never die. That if you go all the way back to 1700s, where you have to call the African Society, where you have these three individuals, they were promoting Pan-Africanism back then. Yeah. See, these are the things, and that came from our people. That came from black folks. These came from African people. They have a Pan-African parliament in South Africa right now.
And to add on to your point, they have done nothing compared to the Pan-Africanist movement. And I'm talking about
damn thing.
I'm talking about boots on the ground. Right. And I'm talking about currency, whatever you want to talk about. They got nothing compared. And this is crazy that they claiming to be of over here. They own nothing over here.
Nothing.
Not a Fortune 500 company, not a casino. None the people that do own the casinos do not look like y'all. So why are y'all claiming that this is y'all shit and y'all don't own nothing?
It's just a way of beating on their chest, and they notice that their oppressors, their white man, is not challenging them on that, because you're being attack dogs for them. Little do they know, you're trolling Africans, you're trolling Caribbeans. That FBA, that Black Alpha Network, they troll everybody like no. It is an imperial attitude. You acting just like the people you claiming you want reparations from. You know, you're acting just like them. Very imperial attitude. This whole thing, I had to really call out this so-called, had the nerve to talk about they're going to boycott African businesses. Now, that's one that really lit my bug right there.
I was just about to mention that too. Go ahead. Yeah, I was just about to say that.
These are the same people that have not bought, and I did a video about this. I did one of my videos about, I said they haven't boycotted Nike, Reebok, Timberland, all the people that said that they didn't even make their clothes for you. You know, you haven't boycotted these Asian stores where the Asian women subject to put their foot up black women's ass when they, you know.
I got a question. And the question is really rhetorical. When we march for a cause in America, in North America, when we march for a cause, aka police brutality, we march for that one day, and then nothing else happens. That's what they did with the African people. All they did from the continental African people. All they did was say, we gonna boycott it. I guarantee you, a lot of them niggas was walking in African businesses, buying the food, and man, they just be making these claims to. And these people are just internet people. They not the people that's actually in society that interact with people. These people are in their mom's basement, living out their mama house, and claiming to be something that they really not.
Absolutely. But the fact that they would even suggest it, the suggestion is so asinine. when you ain't boycotted the Arabs, you ain't the ones that been selling you liquor, the one that been following you in your stores, the ones that's been beating you up in your stores, the Korean stores that's been shooting and killing. Oh, let me get this off because I wanted to finish this point. The one that's been shooting you, killing you, you know, what's the name? Latasha, I forgot her name. Damn, Latasha Harding. The ones that's been doing crimes on you, killing you in your stores. Recently, the brothers of New Era Detroit had to close one of the stores because of that. These are the people we should be boycotting. Ain't thought about boycotting them. One little thing happens, you know, bad, poor customer service in a braid shop, and you're going to turn that into a whole African boycott. It is buck wild and totally ridiculous. I had to talk total shit about it. That is the most asinine shit. That just shows you these FBA. This is a psyops, and it's being ran on these Negropeans who want to be close to white folks.
I'm gonna say two things. It's a white supremacy talking point for one, and then for two, Arabs owned slaves before the Europeans.
Fact.
And all the European did was become a better slave master than the Arab. We're not talking about getting no reparations from the Arab. The Arabs are still poisoning our communities, aka every liquor store. The Asians doing the same thing. They still want to be like us. Like we not doing enough research to get what we really truly want, and that's the problem. That's the problem. We're not doing the accurate research. Well, at least the FBAs and the Indians, whatever they call it. They when we say Indian, they think that we're not talking about them. They know what we mean. They're saying, "Oh, we're the indigenous people." No, y'all playing semantics at that point because y'all know what y'all really are saying. Y'all saying y'all are the people that was over here, and y'all came from over here first. That's not true. The truth is, we migrated out of Africa, went through Asia. That's where you get the Caucasians, the Europeans, who we birthed. Then you got lower sea levels that had land masses that arise up out of the ocean that we were able to cross over to the North Americas all the way down to South America. And that's another thing. They want to be American, and they're not the only Americans. You got South Americans. You got the Americas as we know it right now. And these people don't even know their ethnic groups. You know, they don't even know their nationality properly. You know what I mean? So we're talking to a people that does no research and don't know how to comprehend the research. So when you talking to these people, just ask them. We gotta ask them straight up. Do you believe in DNA? Do you believe that we were over here first? Once they give you their answer, it's no further talking points because all we doing is fueling the fire at that point. We're
ask them what religion they are. Most of them are Christians. They want to be FBA, they want to be close to they want to say they're Indians, but they all Christians.
Exactly.
They don't speak the language, they don't do anything that they don't do. They don't nothing at all. Just, you know, it's convenient. We're not Africans, we're close to you, white man, and that's it. And we bang on everybody else. And here's another thing, you know, the Black Alpha Network, they're one of the biggest, you know, they're a big, you know, they the pep rally for the FBA. You know, FBA, we do it all the time, and then, you know, all right, but yeah, all right, what is FBA doing now? Whining because because of the troops in the city and everything. But where was I going? I was going here with it. It's gonna come back to me. Oh my goodness. I forgot exactly what the point I was about to make. That's pathetic, right? Oh, this is what I was gonna say. They honored that remember the Alabama riverboat incident? You remember when a brother the security guard, He threw his hat up, and the brothers got involved, and
Yeah.
everybody celebrated that. Africans and everybody else. They was making videos about it. They were saying they was proud of their brothers and this, that, and the third. Y'all remember that?
Yep, I sure do.
And I noticed that
Yep.
the Black Alpha Network, they say that they talk about that too. They say, yeah, the chairman, the holiday, you know, that's a holiday, you know, the Riverfront Fade Day. All right. All right. But here's my point. Here's what I want to say. Are you sure all of those brothers were quote unquote FBA? Have you done a lineage check on all the brothers that was involved in that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm just saying that might just be another case of Team Black working together. Maybe everybody wasn't FBA, and we all just came together, because that's the type of things that you should be looking to happen, instead of just over here beating on your chest saying you FBA. You're doing that now, but if an African saved your life, okay, hopefully you won't be that stupid as to still be beating on your chest talking about us only.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying, like what earlier in the comments. I was saying you have to truly do the DNA, because Africa is so diverse. You know, it's a stereotype on African. So when we tell them we're African, they're thinking of a dark skinned, tall person with the white teeth, and no, it's
living in mud huts.
Right. It's different, bro. It's modern civilization, building skyscrapers, whatever you want to call it. You do have poorer parts, just like America has. Now America is quote unquote a third world country, but what I'm really saying is it's more modernized than what they think it is, and it's more diverse than Africa has 50 some, or probably more than that, countries on the continent of Africa. So
they know that Africa, nobody in the internet age. If you got to explain that in this day and age,
you got East Africans. They have a different phenotype in a pigmentation, which is your genotype, and you got the Sudanese people, different phenotype, different genes. The West African down to South African is, and then you got the Khoisan people who look like the Asians, which the Asian phenotype is actually an African phenotype. They come from the Khoisan people.
And the Sudanese, the ones that Gilbert Arenas tried to disrespect that time.
Yeah,
with his ignorant ass.
And that's what I'm saying. It's all sellouts. These people are all sellouts. They want attention. They want a form of attention so that they can have moderate gain. You feel me? And
perceived moderate gains, because they really ain't getting nothing. It's just a psychological it's what they perceive, a psychological advantage, because you know we got proximity to whiteness. Because I think that's the problem with the Africans on the continent, the Africans here, and Black people all over the world too. We still are in love with whiteness. Too many of us are. That's what's really going on.
Right. And then they say, "Oh, the Africans don't like us." I'm gonna tell you this one quick story. I was in a hospital one time after a car accident, and I was sitting in the waiting area or whatever, and it was a East African brother, dark skin, different type of hair than us, and I didn't know he was African at the time. I wasn't privy to the information that I am now, so I didn't assume that he was African. I thought he was an Arab. And he was eating the East African little food, the stuff that they eat with their hands. And he was like, he saw me like hella interested in what he was eating, and he looked at me and he said, "You want some?" Man, that changed my life, bro. You feel me? Because he didn't look at me no different than his own people.
Was it fufu? Was it fufu?
No, it was an East African dish. You know, it's kind of like a yeast. It's like a bread.
Yeah, you dip it in sauce.
Gari, they do that with gari. I've had some. I had an African wife. Yeah. I sojourned with a Nigerian brother, and they got the worst name of any African. I sojourned with one. And that's how I met my wife.
Yeah, that changed my life because he didn't see me no different. He know who. That's the problem. They know who we are. The European know who we are. Everybody else know that who we truly are. The only people that don't know who we are is ourselves, and that's the problem.
That's right.
Yeah. We don't want to know. We just want to be close to white people. We don't think we got nothing to gain, and especially we not ignited by what's going on in Burkina Faso and these different countries in Namibia where you see Africans starting to unite. That's supposed to ignite us, but we'll say we ain't got nothing to do with that. We'll listen to Yvette Carnell say they ain't got nothing to do with us. Hey, we being very, very Negropean. There are Africans who admire us. There are Africans who look up to us.
Yeah,
we don't see that because we don't talk to them.
And we got the most access to information. We're on a stage on the world. Everybody loves our culture as African Americans. They love our language. They love who we are, and we have the most access to wealth, everything. We just probably don't spend it in the right ways, but we have the most access to the modern way of time, and they're looking at us like we ain't even got our shit together. So what is really going on with y'all? How y'all got the most money? Y'all spend trillions of dollars every year. Y'all poison yourself and do all these horrible things, and y'all supposed to be representing us. So it's like I get why some don't like us. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I see on both sides, but I think both people. I think black people, just like when people say, "Well, they tell Africans when they come over here to stay away from us." Okay,
that's not true. That's not true.
But even if they did, are you stupid enough to believe that?
Right.
I'm calling on everybody to have some sense now. You got to have some knowledge of the enemy we dealing with. Okay, everybody, let's stop playing with Lego blocks. You know, they say chess not checkers. We ain't even playing checkers. We playing Lego blocks at this point. Of course they're gonna say that. Of course, who benefits by our disunity? Who doesn't want us going back and forth to Africa? Why does it cost more to go to Africa than anywhere on the planet? Hell, I can go to the moon cheaper than I can go to Africa. You know? And why is that? And check what I'm saying. Because it benefits them. We're gonna have to start thinking. We're gonna have to start wanting to be unified and strong. That's just the bottom line. If we don't want to be, I want to be a part of I want to be part of something strong and black and worldwide.
Hey, brother, put another picture up side by side of a native indigenous person. I guarantee you the phenotype is similar.
I want to show this because you had mentioned earlier about how Asians. This is what's called the San people. That's the San people in South Africa. They have their eyes are slanted like Asians. So over time, this is the reason. But Asians, to me, they look like they got Down syndrome.
Yeah, that's because they're mutated. They're mutated.
Right. So the slanted eyes come from us. This is something. This is nothing new. Like I said, I see it in my family and stuff like that. So the slanted eyes is nothing new. So this is coming from the San tribe. I mean, I want to use to say what. Not use the word tribe. I'm sorry. The San kingdom or the San people in South Africa. If you look at Nelson Mandela, he also have that too. I'm just going to show you some other images real quick. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to show you this image. You see this girl? You see this lady right here? You see she looks Asian, but she's not Asian.
Right. No,
I'm sorry. Let me.
The Asian phenotype.
I'm sorry. I gotta share this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
And people got to know their geography, because they don't even understand how shit came to be by way of vision. So they got to understand the visual aspect of what they saying too. They're like, no, we popped up over here. And no, it's not even physically possible. It's an Arctic land.
Excuse me.
I just wanted to just show that real quick. Because a lot of the times people get that mixed up. Like, that's that's African. You know what I'm saying? That's has nothing to do with Asian. You know what I'm saying? So that's what. But this guy Tyrone, he was saying that he's from Asia. That's his thing. He didn't say nothing about, oh no, well, I'm from the San people. I'm from. He's not going to say that.
Brother.
He's not going to say that.
You know what we got to do? We got to call them out. We gotta tell them, well, if you making these claims, show proof. Go, the DNA test don't cost as much as they think it do. Go take a DNA test. Show us what percentages of Asian you are versus African, and it's going to say more because you don't get recessive from dominant.
Like I said,
you get recessive from dominant.
But yeah, I did. But remember, Tyrone was on TikTok, and he got exposed, and they were saying that, wait a minute, you actually took your DNA, and it said you only had 1% native. He said that's nothing. He said, so why they was asking him, so why are you claiming this 1% over your 85% African roots, your African DNA? And he just ran with the Asian, he just ran with the Native American, like he just didn't care. So a lot of the time, so that's why I know this whole
because their hardest contemplation is that they were wrong and they have to relearn over it.
Exactly.
That's
yes, and I was just about to say that.
Same with religion,
right? Because
religion is the same way. When you tell people that Jesus wasn't real, it was all an astrological story, then they start contemplating like, well, they get offended. They nigga what and this and that, and then that's what happened with me. I got offended. I was once a Christian. I got offended, and I started doing my research and realized that it was all just a fucking psyop. So you feel me? Like you gotta it's the person for real. When the person be like, you know what, I'm gonna put my pride to the side and take fact for fact. A fact can't be changed. That's why they call it a fact. You can't change a fact. If something is, it is. It's either is or it ain't. It ain't no in between. And people got to understand that. Like, if you saying you Native American, prove it. You might have that 1%. That 1% got its percentage from some percentage. So what are you saying?
No, but you made a good point. Because for years, this idiot kept saying that he was Native, he's Native. And now that DNA proved him wrong, that you really don't got that much Native blood, and you only got 1%. Now he has to run with it. He still got to run with it because he's been lying to himself so long that now the denial of him being African is like, it's too much. So he has to keep going with that lie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you were saying about religion, it's been all that stuff we've been hearing growing up. Has been debunked, and now even these Hebrew Israelites, they got to keep going because they got so caught up in their lie. They've been lying to themselves. They can't stop. You know what I'm saying? They can't, like you said, they can't admit that they're wrong.
It's Stockholm syndrome.
And it's too much money invested in it too.
And that's another thing too. You're right.
And everything.
A lot of money is yep.
You seen y'all seen that video? I was just laughing about it with my girl all this week. Y'all seen the Marvin Sapp video?
Nah. Where he locked the doors? Is he the one?
Yep.
Yeah. Bro. Oh, I used to clown that one.
Bro,
what was
the doors?
Bro, he locked the door. He told the ushers lock the door at least 5 times, bro.
Go out in the parking lot, slash the tires, make sure don't nobody go nowhere.
he need $100 for people in the congregation in the pulpit, and he need $20 from every person that's streaming and every person that was in person. And it was 1,000 of each people that was streaming and in person. So and he said it was a form of currency. He said not money. He was saying basically the current form of payment, because we didn't always use money as a form of payment. You know what I'm saying? I get what he was saying, but the trickery, it's all trickery. if you saying the money is the root of all evil in the Bible, well, the Bible said, and then you ask people for a form of money, which is currency at the point at this point in time is currency, then you're contradicting what the word of your Jesus or your Bible is saying. So it's all trickery. Trickery equates to fraud. Matter of fact, that's what it means. It means to be fraud. So people are still believing in a fraud system that tell you who they are. You know, people go show you who they are on a daily basis, and when people show you who they are, believe them. You know,
Right, exactly.
like
I agree.
like that's all it is. But to the point of DNA, man, we got to just call them out for what it is. If they don't want to take the DNA test, then there's no point of really even having a conversation with these people. Because now you're showing me that you don't truly want to know who you are. A lot of the people that are making these claims ain't never took a DNA test or even thought about taking one. They just
number
want
one, they can't afford it. That's number one. I don't think they can even afford it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
sure.
saying? So I mean, because DNA, you got a lot. You got DNA companies. They got that's how they make their money.
Yeah.
But like you said, I mean, if some then it's the big lie saying, well, DNA cannot go back that far. That's another lie they keep pushing.
They dig up bones in Africa every day.
They do DNA on mummies.
Right.
So yeah, you're right. So what are they talking about? What are they talking about?
And that's the reason why they call it the out of Africa theory, and it's going to always be a theory to them until they dig up every corner of the earth, because every time they do dig up something, it keep pointing to Africa. So that's why they keep theorizing it, is because it has to keep being studied. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be no theory if they just accept it for really what it is. Everybody came from Africa, and that's what it is.
Fact. They don't want to hear that.
They don't want to hear it.
It's the out of the mind theory. They out of their damn mind theory. They just out of their freaking mind.
Yeah.
Want to be down with these. Want to be down. They holding on to the white man. The love for their master. That's
I rather believe in a theory than believe in some pseudo.
I just hate myself. Why are you working that hard? It's just at a very base level, without even getting scholarly, just at a base level. Why are you working that hard to prove you're not a part of some black folk? That's the level. That's self-hatred. I don't care how you slice that.
No, I don't believe that's what they saying though. I believe that they saying that we are black, but it's the context in what they're saying that it is.
But you're trying to disprove you're not a part of some black. They saying we black, like Smokey Robinson. I'm Black American. You think you're a special part of blacks because you're close to whites. So once again, you really do hate yourself. You said we're special blacks, though. We're the blacks that's closest to the white people.
They're basically saying that they're using the Jewish terminology in what they're saying.
Well, they hate this. It's still a form of self-hatred.
Right.
The fact that you that you're working overtime to prove you're not part of them. You got some of those Hebrew Israelites. They'll say we closer to white people. They have a white dude in their group saying that they're closer to them than the actual African. I mean, the idiotic stuff I heard come from them. I don't even want to hear nothing, especially from the ISUPK camp. Captain Tazari at that time talking about he won't feed an African. When Sonetta asked him, would you?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Food, and he said, "Man, please, if anybody, I can't listen to that idiot. I swear to God." Right. You listen to somebody that damn stupid.
Yeah.
Stop. Because we hate our people that much.
It's first it was the Pretendians. Now you have the FBAs. Now it's turning into some political, and that's the black conservative. Now it's coming to a black conservative, because now you got these Nick Fuentes and all of these people saying black people commit more crime than anybody else. And if you look it up, that's far from the truth. Actually, we do commit a little bit more, but not. It's still 80%. We white people, white on white crime is 80% at 80%, and black on black crime is at 80%. It's not no different.
Fecal brain assimilation is right. KWD. Oh, also, KW Don said something else is true. He said a reparations claim without consequences, he said, is ridiculous. Yeah, a reparations demand without consequences is futile. It is futile. And most black Americans don't want no smoke with white people. Quiet as kept. They don't want that
They
smoke.
got army. They got nuclear bombs. Ain't nothing we could fucking do. You feel me? They could be like, fuck these black people. We finna round them all up. They got the military to do it.
Even if they didn't have it, they just don't. It's out of love. It ain't even just fear. It ain't even just
it's out of love. Yeah,
it's out of love. They really love.
Yeah.
They love these mugs that much. You
Yeah,
know.
but what I'm saying about the reparations, he's saying it has to come with
consequences. And the point is, you can't put consequences on people that you admire and worship and want acceptance from. They can't do it.
No,
they far from it. Their mind is just not there, y'all.
I'm speaking from a point of
they love these folks. Yeah, but check what I'm saying. Check what I'm saying. They love them that much, and they're not offering no consequences. They're not saying, well, if you don't give it, we're gonna do this. We're not saying we're gonna do anything. All we doing is just begging. They don't even bring it up during election time. They don't. It's not even the point. They'll mumble to you if you catch them. You know, we'll run up on them, throw a mic in their face, ask one of the candidates, "What do you think?" They'll give us a little bit of lip service, to get us out of their face. But when it's time, when the rubber meets the road during the presidential debates and all things like that, when it really matters, they ain't gonna mention reparations. Right. They're not even considering it. Listen, it's not on the table. We ain't nowhere close to getting it, and we not nowhere close. They got no reason. They know the black folks are not going to do anything except what they're doing. And what they're doing is nothing. Listening to Yvette Carnell run her mouth, that's nothing. Listen to FBA going on the Black Alpha Network and having a FBA pep rally, that's nothing. You ain't doing nothing to provoke any discussion of reparations.
Hey, so Nipsey Hussle has said something real strong. He said these people got a military. They got institutions as far as the CIA, the FBI, so they could militaristically take the shit that they want. Then you got an army. They got an army. Then they got, you know what I'm saying. So
we're at that throat though. There's a lot we can do though. We can disengage.
Hold on. So how? But we're not organized. You know what I'm saying?
Because we don't want it. We can't. Of course, we're not organized. We don't even have the mindset to organize because we don't want the prize.
No, we don't. We don't want to all be one.
Exactly.
So even if they are demanding some shit, everybody ain't on board with what the fuck they saying. So these people are just gonna railroad them. All, like I said, they got nuclear bombs. All they got to do is say, y'all, we finna militaristically move all y'all over here and shoot everybody or bomb everybody.
But you know what? I'd rather, man. I'm freedom of death. I'm like you. I would rather you make them have to do that. But even without all that, we love them. Our psychological ain't there. At the end of the day, they still weaker people. I don't think we're powerless to do anything against them.
But we come from two demographics. We are a people that don't. That I don't want to say it like this. We're a people that don't come from a mindset of destroying or killing. We're not infatuated with death.
Yeah, but we do it to each other though. The problem is we do it to each other.
Hold on, we're infatuated with life.
Except when it comes to each other.
Hold on. The European, that's what I'm gonna get. The European is infatuated with death and all this, and these people have that mindset. Is what I'm saying. You know,
but we can switch gears when it's time to if we want to. But we don't respect our own life. We're not super life, pro life when it comes to each other. So this is still a state of backwardness. It's still backwardness because we like that. We got the love of Jesus when it comes to white people, but when it comes to each other, we turn into death merchants. No, right. I'm not accepting it. We're backwards.
Right.
Well, I want somebody to read this real quick because they always talk about they always trying to separate black from Africa. So
Okay.
I want if one of y'all could read this real quick. If y'all you can see it.
Yeah, I can read it for you. Afro-American redirects here for the newspaper. See Baltimore pro-Afro-American. African Americans, also known as Black Americans, are formerly called Afro-Americans, are an American racial and ethnic group who, as defined by the United States Census, consist of Americans who have ancestry from any of the Black populations of Africa. African
Stop right
American.
there.
Yep.
Stop right there. That's all I want to know because they always trying to say that they said that the last one that any Black population of Africa, not Asia, not America.
I see a problem with it though. I see a problem with it. The problem is we keep saying Black. That's the problem. See, we can't.
Well, they try to, but I'm saying that they try to separate Black from Africa. I know that's a new thing now. They say I'm not African, I'm Black.
But
I ain't tripping on none of those words, man.
No,
I'm not tripping on none of those words
because it comes down to semantics. What these people play. So the reason why I say that is because when you say Black, they'll say some shit like this: Black is a color. Black is a color. No, Black was meant more than just a color.
It's meant more, yeah.
We used
true.
it to define certain spectrums of shit. It could mean we could be describing the land, we could be describing our flesh, we could be describing the unknown, aka the outer space. So or the inner space. So these people don't understand the context of what they really reading is what I'm saying. So but I agree with
the thing is that I'm just gonna just add on what you were saying too. That if you listen, if you when I tell Black people, if you study African culture, because Europeans always want to unify everything. They want to take a color Black and they say, "Oh, these are a group of people, right?" Yeah. Or they'll take something, or they'll take something they want to unify. They take just Jesus character, right? Unified it, but we didn't. When we had deities, we didn't unify our deities. Deities were symbolic. They were symbols,
right.
So when
Right.
Even colors was symbols to us. Did you know that if you look at the word Black, it means power, it means wealth, it means greatness. Right. So when we say that, I don't have a problem with the word Black either, because I know because according to my people, and even if you go to ancient Kemet, that's what they were using. If you was called Black, that means powerful. That means you're a great person. That means you're nothing to play with.
Right.
So that's why I don't have
whatever you want it to mean.
But
mean that.
But they don't understand that. They don't understand that. They don't think that Black means that. They just think Black means Black in the context that we use it.
They relate it to death. They relate it to death. So something evil, something demonic.
Right. Just like they say the black cat pass you, you got to spit on the ground or
but black cats gave me good luck.
I got a song called "I Need Good Luck." So where's my black cat? It's all about. This is a battle of wills. It's
hold on. I was going to say something.
But go ahead.
If you want to talk about Black, you got to realize what everything is. So the sun, right? The sun is what gives us our pigmentation, which is a melanin cell. They call melanocytes, right? And a melanocyte is the full spectrum of light solidified, right? If this is true, then we are the true white people, and the white people are Black people. Because if the full spectrum of light solidifies a melanin cell, and we have melanin cells, that means we're getting light. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I've heard some Moorish people break that down. They said something about blanche, meaning white. Anyway, but you know what? It'll be a long time to get that understanding amongst the majority of us. It's many ways that you can hate yourself, right? We shouldn't hate ourselves, and we should not run from these words like Black. We shouldn't run from these words. I don't run from other words like racism, saying I'm racist. Yes, I'm racist, like the rest of the world is. Everybody's racist. Everybody has a problem when black people become racist because we have a chance to win the race. We're the most fit people to win the race. And if you can keep us from being racist and you can keep us out of the race, we can never win. Okay? You got France in this lane, you got so-and-so in this lane, and if you down here talking about I'm not a racist, well, you need to be off the track. Everybody down here is in the race. Which denotes a competition.
So what I was really saying is like I said, the full spectrum of light solidified into a solid. The spectrum of light into a solid. Then we become the light beings because we're solar. We're absorbing through photosynthesis like a plant would. You know, our hair grows against gravity. Everybody else on the world don't even have hair. I mean, they don't have hair. They have fur. You get what I'm saying? So it's like they're using a lot of people don't know these things. They think that, so they're claiming to have fur. They want to have straight hair and all these, not knowing what they're really saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's they making claims about stuff that they know nothing about. You saying you want I'm an Indian, I have straight hair, and so you rather be closer to an animal than a human being, and then you don't believe then you don't believe the James Darwin theory. All of a sudden, like, what are you really saying? You contradict.
And let me, but Dex, let me add on something. I want because I don't want to lose my thought. I'm going to add on what you're saying. They got that shit from Farrakhan. Because Farrakhan, he said, "Oh, remember?" Because I could play the video. He said, "Oh, don't you want your hair to be straight?" Like, because he, in his mind, black people are cursed. He believe in that Mormon bullshit. So he came on there. And this is the reason why you notice he always have his hair slicked. He's perming his hair. While Malcolm X then, he said, "No, that stuff is we got to get away from that stuff." He's the only asshole that's still perming his hair slick with that ugly ass big part in it. And then he said, "Don't you?"
Can I finish it for you?
Go ahead.
He said the evilness on the inside manifested its way to the outside, and that we became ugly.
Yes,
you remember that?
But y'all gotta realize he is coming from a slave mentality because he is a Muslim. You get what I'm saying? These people are
another self-hating black people. I put them all in the same boat. No matter self-hatred is it. You know, white worship is white worship, whether it's in a Muslim, whether you hide behind a Muslim shit.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question for y'all. What is the percentage of African American people in the Northern America that believe in Christianity?
Too many.
No, I'm gonna give you the number. It's 79%.
That's a wash right there.
Guess how much is Muslim? 2%. 2%. And guess what? A lot of them were converted. You get what I'm saying? They converted from the Christianity side of it to the Muslim side of it. And remember what I told y'all earlier? We were enslaved by the Arabs first, before the Europeans.
And I feel like black people, until they can cast off these so-called religions anyway, I think we have to just shit on religion, period. That's what I do. That's my strategy. I don't pity pat with none of it. Because I don't play with Jesus, Muhammad, or the gingerbread man. None of them. All of them. I can talk the Bible. I can talk about the Quran. I can quote that shit, or I can wipe my ass with it. It doesn't mean nothing to me.
But see, these people don't know that it came from ancient African teachings. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not disagreeing. If it make you a better person, then so will be it.
It don't make nobody a better person though. But I feel like if you can't stand on your own and you feel like you need some book, that ain't it. That's just clinging to white folks. I don't have to put no spin on it. I don't even have to say, well, these are actually black people and hold on to Jesus and say, no, Jesus is black.
No, my problem is
but wait, check what I'm saying. Let me get this out, brother. Let me get this out. Until you can cast off, I'm giving them back their shit 1000%. And if these are ancient black writings, well, we'll get back to the ancient black part because that's inside of me, which means I don't need this shit version that you gave me. I don't need these set of books right here. Also, it defies common sense to say that this is God's word, as if God only spoke one time thousands of years ago in a whole nother language. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It should be easy for us to see that. The only reason we don't see it, we have psychological and emotional ties. We want to be tied to these people. We want to take what they gave us and keep it somehow, flip it, make it black. You're still holding on to it.
Right.
Until you're able to give them their shit back 1000%. Here, I don't need the Bible, the Quran, Jesus, Muhammad, none of them. Until you can put down your crutches and walk like men and talk like men and think of your own people, then you're still on the psychological plantation.
No, and this is the problem I have with religious people is that I don't believe that they understand. I don't believe that they know the difference from the fake and the real. They believe that the Bible is real. They believe that these characters existed for real. So they don't understand what's real and what's fake. And they're living in that paradigm. You get what I'm saying? So they kind of trapped in
well, that still got your thumb in your mouth. The only thing that's going to break them out is the truth. But real talk is the only truth, is the only way to break them out. I don't believe that, well, I'm going to use their book. I'm going to go into the book and quote it. No, I did that. No, the only thing that's going to work is the truth. We're going to talk like grown people. We're going to grow up and we're going to, take the thumb out of our mouths. All right. We can live without those books. That's not God's word. There's no such thing as a God's word being in no one book. That's stupid.
Right.
Nobody's coming back to save our ass. Period.
Right. And it get deep.
You got to talk to grown people like grown people if you want them to act grown.
Exactly. I agree with you on that one. And see, like I said, I came from a religious background. I used to be Christian because I used to go to I used to go to church every Sunday.
Who didn't? I did too. I was in the choir.
But it took for me as being an adult to know what's real and what's fake. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I grew up in the church. I couldn't wait. I sung in the choir and everything. They made me do all that stuff. I couldn't wait to get out of church so I can go get back home and listen to my Parliament, Earth, Wind, and Fire records. Though I knew it was bullshit then. When I
learned about the ancient teachings of Kemet and shit, it made much more sense than than what I was being taught in the church. It just all made so much sense. And I was like, how could these people not do their own research and realize that it's stemming from a certain teaching that's more older than
it's stemming from an emotional tie to white folks and their religion. They're tied to the religion because they're tied to the people. You can't deny Jesus because you can't deny white folks. That's just all. It's all psychological and emotional. It ain't really got so much to do with information. It's got something to do with what's in their heart.
Now they saying, well, Jesus was black, so it must mean it's real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's just another way to keep you hanging on. All right, making black. Anyway, anything to keep your ass locked in, you know.
If Jesus was black, that means it must be real because this and that.
The church is all about emotionalism. Exactly. And religions are all cults. All of that is cult. All of religions are cults. 1000%. Cults, how do I say they cults? Because you believe in a bunch of shit you can't prove. It ain't got to make a bit of damn sense. They beat you into it. And black people they defend religion more than the authors of it. Meaning, if you can be in a room full of people and be like, I don't believe in the Bible, I don't believe in the Quran. It's the black person that's going to get more bent out of shape. All right. You ain't Asian don't get triggered when you say you don't believe in Jesus and shit. But if you say you can be in a room with Asian Christians, but if you say you don't believe in it, well, they'll just accept that. But black folk, oh no, brother, white, wait, it's the black person. It's gonna have the jihad against your ass.
You know what's so sad is that while black people are practicing when it comes under religion, they're all this what they call emotionless.
Yes,
While black people are practicing emotionalism, white people who are Christians or maybe Muslims, they're practicing nationalism. Because if you go to their church or go to their synagogue or go to their mosque, guess what they talk about? They talk about building. They can talk about infrastructure. They talk about taking their own people out of poverty. This is what they're discussing. Yeah. While we so busy singing and dancing and catching this fake Holy Ghost, I don't know what that means, and they looking all stupid, like if you go to these Pentecostal churches and you got these silly ass black women rolling on the floor, looking like idiots.
Hey,
while they doing all this stuff, they out here are building or creating businesses, putting their people in offices. This is what they're doing.
Thanks. That's called religion.
Hold on, real quick.
That's nationalism. That's nationalism.
Real quick. Here's a quick fact. More people have been killed in the name of Christ than anything combined on earth.
Absolutely. I believe it. Because it's like you said, though, those Jews that we always complaining about, they deal with reality. That's what they're dealing with. They're dealing with reality. So they're dealing with numbers. They worried about they have no use for the Bible except to say we're supreme over y'all. God said we're supposed to rule all over y'all ass. That's pretty much their take on it. That's other than that, they have no use for those scriptures. All right, they're dealing with reality. We're dealing with emotionalism. The people dealing with the emotionalism are like children. That's just what it is.
The Bible starts off with bullshit. What they say in the beginning of the thing, it said in the beginning the word was God or something like that.
Yeah, and God was the word or some shit like that. That don't make no damn sense. Yeah,
but it's like why start off like that? Because you're not saying where everything originated from. You're just saying real religious people don't even define God. They don't say God. It's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to define God. You're not even supposed to equate it to anything. It's supposed to be supreme to all things. You get what I'm saying?
That's what they say. That's part of the confusion.
So
my thing is, I can take. I once again, I have no need to define it. I don't have to even, acknowledge it.
God is dog backwards. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's making no sense.
And evil is devil with a D in front of it. I mean, it just it's all childish. It's all very childish. The idea that first of all, you talk about the God, let there be light. Who is he talking to? Who is he telling to let there be light? If there's nobody there but God, you don't have to utter anything. I remember the Nation of Islam used to say, "Kum fire kum." He said, "Be," and it is. All right, but who does he say that to, though? That don't make no damn sense. This is bad time story book. He said that. You tell children.
If Adam and Eve was the first people on Earth, then how did humanity come to be?
It's 1,000 questions, man. We could machine gun these questions out, and that's why the Christian church, they depend on the Christian pastors and all that. They depend on stirring the people up, getting them emotional. Because yes, if we was to really, all right, turn off the music, stop the damn organ, let's look what's in this book. If we was really to look at, no, this shit don't make no damn sense. So of course you got to keep us stirred the fuck up.
Right.
Simple game they running. That's all.
Right. It's pimping. That's what they doing.
It's to keep us docile and to keep us, like you said, keep us emotional, keep us, and basically keep us. They use religion to keep us in place because, like I said before, when doing slavery, when they enslaved African people, that was the first thing they did was take away our names because our names hold power. So if your name meant warrior, your name meant royal, they took away. That's the first thing they took away because that was part of your identity.
And it doesn't make sense. Exactly. No, you're 1,000% correct. And the saints of the Bible take you further from your name. Jesus, Peter, Paul, Jeff, Mary, Mike, Bolo, the same bullshit.
You go to the where they took us from the land. They got churches built on top of the dungeons that we were under. You know what I mean? So they were upstairs praying, and we were under there held in captivity. And they said we couldn't read. We wasn't supposed to know more than them. And what they do, give you a Bible to read? It is not making no sense at all.
Actually, it does make sense. This is how you keep people backwards. If you don't read this bullshit.
But the thing is, even when they gave us the Bible, we still couldn't read. We had to still listen to them. They was dictating what was in the Bible. So they were saying anything to us, and we sitting there believing it, and we didn't. The only person who read the Bible, who understood it, and that's the reason why he fought against them, was Nat Turner.
Right.
So he was the only one said, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense." So that's what it was like. Oh, we can't have these guys to read because they're. And this is even to this very day, white folks they don't want to challenge us because we outsmart them. We always did.
Well, Nat Turner's the only one that had the right interpretation. He's the only one. If you enslaved, you give me the story of Humpty Dumpty. Somehow that's gonna be saying kill this cracker. Okay? Give me the story of Humpty Dumpty and I'll make it mean kill the cracker. Because if you enslaved, whatever you read, the bottom line is reading or no reading, Bible or no Bible, you need to be trying to find a way to get the self-esteem to do what you need to do. And you know what you need to do. Nat Turner did what he needed to do. So religion and entertainment, it goes together because entertainment, it's the same type of thing. We act the same way we do at concerts, the same way we do at church. The same way we react at a Beyonce concert is the same way we react at church. It's no different.
Right.
Our leaders are our leaders, the people who stir us up emotional. Anybody who's just talking with sense, somebody like Neely Fuller, oh no, we ain't gonna follow that because he ain't getting excited. Oh, but somebody who will stir us up, oh yeah, we'll follow that. Reverend Hoop and Holler, he got the main voice in the black community because he stirs up the emotions and he got the green light to teach the Bible. He got the green light to be the loudest voice, So, I mean, it's very simple. Hey, this is very simple.
So not to get too off topic, but have y'all been following the UAP in the UFO shit?
Now, what's the UAP part?
So couple pilots or multiple pilots been seeing these objects off of the coast of Mexico, off of the Catalina Islands, and it resembled a flying Tic Tac, like the candy. And that now the U.S. government is trying to figure what they know is what it really is. Of course, no conspiracies. They really know what it is. But now they're trying to one of the helicopter pilots that picked one up off a rope. What he did was he picked it up and he dropped it off. But on his way to dropping it off, he got a spiritual symbolization within his spirit, and it was set to be a divine feminine energy, right? And he's saying like it tapped in with me. So the government is trying to equate these feelings that they interviewed him off of as like a god, right? And the thing about that is, well, when they say Jesus is coming to save us and shit, where is he really coming from, right? Like so if he's coming from somewhere, where is he coming from? Now y'all equating to us that he's an extraterrestrial, because if you break down the word extraterrestrial, extra mean an additional amount, terra mean earth in Latin, and strios mean from the stars, additional amount on earth from the stars, right? So yeah. So what is they really trying to say? They're saying Jesus is a extraterrestrial.
They're trying to keep you listening to them for one thing. They're trying to keep you listening to whatever the hell they saying. Because I've been listening.
They believe in the unknown because it doesn't exist. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been tracking extraterrestrials and UFOs. I absolutely believe in it. Right, I seen one myself, And I also keeping track of the ships that they say are carrying black people. The ones that's particularly the ones that they call cigar shaped.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard the white man say that black people, they landed that ship, black people got out of that ship, and there were some big tall beings and they had these big weapons in hand. I believe that personally because when I was young, the ship I saw it looked like a straight line in the sky. That's the way I described it. Straight line in the sky. And it's those ships that
see,
they
that's the
call, check what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's those ships that they call the cigar shapes. That's what I saw when I was young in my backyard. It was high above, it hovered, and it was glowing.
Yeah.
And I remember that. And later on, I would find out that is the ship that's carrying the black people. So you know what I believe? And I believe this. This is just a belief. I don't have any proof. I believe that those are my people and that I'm somehow tied to those people.
Yeah.
Because the people here on the black people here on earth, I cannot connect with this mentality of the black people on this earth. They are so defeated mentally. They so tied to these white people. It's just beyond. It boggles my mind how we just fall for all this bullshit. That's why I talk like I do. I'm shitting on religion and everything that we hold dear. If we could break free of that shit, we can operate like men on this earth.
Right. And see, though, when you look at shit like water, for instance, water is one of the creations that we need to sustain life and to make it also, right? But water is not just found on the planet Earth. Now we got the technology to where we can understand that water is actually a part of the universe as a whole. You get what I'm saying? So
man, we could that facts like that, we can get those and more if we would. My thing is like, hey, swing down, sweet chariot, like Riley Martin. If we get abducted by our black people, see, they made fun of Riley Martin. Y'all might not be familiar with Riley Martin. Y'all familiar with him?
No, I never heard of him.
That's the brother who used to get abducted, and he went aboard a ship, and he said they downloaded information in his head. See, even the abduction stories are different when it comes. They want to keep black people away from the extraterrestrial thing. They want you to think it's all just beady-eyed grays and stuff. They don't want you to think you have any connection to that any of these ships are being piloted by black people.
Yep.
See, that's a mind game too. They call it. That's a part of the colonizing of the mind. Well, Riley Martin was the black man, and they used to try to make fun of Riley Martin. Now, and you know why? Because they don't want black people saying that we went up on those ships and was abducted. They'll listen to Alex Collier. They'll listen to Billy Meyer. They'll listen to anybody. But when the black man said I was abducted and they gave me information, they tried to make fun of him. Look up Riley Martin. Okay. Riley Martin made a symbol for me. Look up Riley Martin he had a book called The Coming of Tan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep black people from that information. So what I'm saying is, I'm not, whatever little discoveries the white man is making, I think that's piss in the bucket. I'm not saying it ain't true. He ain't really discovering some shit, but I'm saying we can speed up that process a lot if we would pay attention to our own. There's a lot we can learn. We ain't got to learn it in little tidbits. Hey, we can get it from the extraterrestrials. More advanced beings can give us the real information. NASA has seen they've seen ships coming up out of the sun. We might just be sun people.
My approach to it is their approach and my approach to it is totally different. The white man's approach to it is they're trying to figure out the technology, and they don't even know if it is a technology. It could be an actual metaphysical. It could be metaphysical, but they're thinking it's technology. Just like but my approach to it is just like a gun. If we know what it is, and we get to know how to utilize it, we can overpower them instead of that. That's why they're in the race to figure out what it really is. And we so fucking lost on if we are African or Pretendian. We not even into these type of topics to even free ourselves. You know what I mean? What if one was gunned down? You know what I mean? Or crashed into Earth or something like that, and we got the technology to defend ourselves from our oppressor, we wouldn't know how to do it because we all not on the same page. You get what I'm saying? But if the white motherfuckers get that shit, they gonna utilize it to their advantage.
Well, you can't get nothing if you're waiting for some honky to come down with robe and sandals on.
No. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it in that aspect though. I'm not saying like wait on anything. What I'm saying is we got to learn how to defend ourselves by way of learning. You get what I'm saying?
I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying we got our thumb in our mouth. We got our thumb in our mouth. My thing is,
the white man could create gunpowder in order to shoot us as a defense mechanism, so they ain't even got to run up on us and touch us or stab us or nothing. We had to do that to them, but they had a gun to where they could take our lives without even being near us. That was a huge technological advance. You get what I'm saying?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. We probably got some people with that information and more. Riley Martin, when they abducted him because they scanned his, they saw his mentality. I think a lot of extraterrestrials want to give us information, but they're not going to approach us because we're going to be scared of them because we're taught to hate everything black. If something ain't smooth looking, right. Just like that's just like just information. We don't want information. Check this out. We don't even want information coming from. Let's say there was a Jesus. Let's say there really was a Jesus. But but check what I'm saying. Let's say there was a Jesus, but he looks like Mike Tyson. He don't look like the smooth, cute guy that you looking for. Oh, but you ain't gonna listen to him.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. It could be some beings wanting to give us some information, but we so mind fucked, we so scared, and we so dangerous. Scared people are dangerous. We might try to kill it. It might be trying to come tell us something, but we kill it because it looked black. It looked like a blind demon.
Yeah.
We think our people are demons.
Yeah. That's just a European mindset. That's because we've been around them for so long. We start picking up their characteristics. Our people interbred with them, and now white people are more likely to suffer from suicide, depression.
Good.
Because they lack vitamin D deficiency. They're vitamin D deficiency.
All right, but let's increase that deficiency for them then.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So
I heard they killed themselves after watching Avatar. Look, we need to show Avatar on big screens all over America.
They can't. There's no way genetically. See, the white man didn't just interbreed with us for no reason. It was a reason for that. Because once a white man have sex with a black woman, from there on out, that gene is gonna carry off into that black woman. You get what I'm saying? So
you can only benefit from that.
Yeah. It's gonna.
Which brings me to another thing.
They're dying off.
Which brings me to another thing. People talking all this stuff about Dr. Umar. You really, people ain't worried about no school. Let me tell you something. Black people don't want no damn school for black boys. This society wants black boys in a dress. That's what they want.
Right. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you saw that video where those two dudes was wearing a skirt? They promoting skirts, and it was another one.
I saw them black men in New Orleans wearing red dresses.
Yeah, wearing the red dresses. Yeah,
I saw that crazy shit.
I said, "Wow."
That's crazy.
That's what they want for black boys. So when they be like, Umar, where's the school? You know the reason. I'm gonna tell you the problem they got with Dr. Umar, because he's one of the few people that's telling you to leave the snow bunnies alone, leave the white women alone, leave the white man. Y'all don't want to hear that. So your defense is, he's scamming us. We're the school, man. Y'all full of shit. You don't want no damn school. You just want to chase these damn Beckys, you no good bastards.
Ain't Dr. Umar? Ain't he behind on the 20,000 on property taxes, right?
Yeah, maybe so.
And I was just telling my girl this. I'm like, the problem is these people want to see him fail so bad that all we got to do as people is send a nigga like $5. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And it wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like
absolutely no. And see the thing about this, they say he's scamming because he ain't got no school. Like he's supposed to just hocus pocus make a school appear. Here's the thing though. Check what I'm saying. Reverend Hoop and Holler is running a never-ending scandal. He's not building a school. He's selling you salvation, and he don't ever have to make good on that shit.
Marvin Sapp.
And he raises way more money than Dr. Umar could ever dream of. So
Right.
so don't tell me about no scam and all of that shit until you tell me, till you put a stop to Reverend Hoop and Holler, because Reverend Hoop and Holler got the 501c3 and he got the green light to operate in our community and suck money out of our community like a vacuum year after year after year after year. Deal with Reverend Hoop and Holler before you tell me anything about Dr. Umar.
In New York, we have like 10 churches, and we still got homeless people.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You got 10 churches on every block. They got so many churches in Brooklyn. They even named the avenue called Church Avenue. That's how many churches. That's insane. And you mean to tell me you got all, and none of the pastors like each other.
So
and then you want to know you got homeless people. We don't have no businesses, but then they want to rag on Dr. Umar because they're gonna say he's a scammer. But what about all these churches? They're the biggest scammers.
Right.
Exactly.
And you know it's crazy. So I live in California. I'm in the Bay Area, right? And my uncle, he owns a church, and that's one of the reasons why me and my brothers and shit walked away from the church, is because it was a point in time where my grandpa and them was giving all their money to the church every Sunday, $100, and we were struggling. The lights was getting cut off. You feel me? Shit like that. You know, and this is his brother, my grandpa's brother, that owns the church. So we pay you $100 each Sunday, and our lights go off. Your house fully paid for. It's mind boggling because your family, and you're taking the religion aspect of it more seriously than actually helping us as your family. You get what I'm saying? So you taking in all this money from not just my grandpa, but from the whole church as a whole, probably making more profit than the church needs, and you're getting your cut because pastor do got to get paid, but you know what I mean?
It's big pimping. It's big pimping.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
gorilla pimping.
We walked away from it because of that aspect. When we needed a bill paid or shit like that, you gotta. It's supposed to be for the community. It's not just for a specific individual that's taking care of the church. Oh,
right.
And
correct.
That's what you made a good point. You said that they're saying Dr. Umar scamming, and they really the one scam. And let's not just talk about the scam part of it. It's the church is more of a sexual place too. You know what I mean? You got the pastor having sex. What they call it, a sinful sex, whatever.
Everything you can think of under the sun. They gay, they having sex with little boys and everything else. And this brings me to another thing. People be talking about, all right, Dr. Umar's daughter, they all in Dr. Umar's business, right? His daughter is saying some things here and there. Right. Yeah, and then here go the black men. See, he ain't got his family life together. How I'm gonna listen to somebody who ain't got their family life? Okay, so now a motherfucker gotta be perfect, or else you can't take no instruction. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
Reverend Hoop and Holler is way more immoral than what you think Dr. Umar might be. Dr. Umar, for the most part, you just see he's usually speaking. You don't see Dr. Umar flossing and shit.
Right.
Do you want to see Dr. Umar in the Maybach and shit?
Yeah. So the church, right? So the church also had family members that was homosexual, right? And my uncle,
Sorry about that.
Hold on, he allowed it because he said God forgives.
What's up, Bakar?
He said God forgives, right? But God forgives a sin, but he don't keep forgiving it over and over and over. You're gonna have to change your life before you keep thinking that God gonna keep forgiving you just because you coming in the church. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, but religion is drunk because God don't forgive. He got a place called hell where you burn forever. Where's the damn forgiveness in that?
Right.
Religion is total bullshit. That's why I shit all over it.
Right.
Because it don't make no sense. It's nothing but psychological. There's psychological colonizing you. That's all. And there's no need in playing pity pat with it. God forgives. No, we don't. No, we don't. He'll burn your ass forever, according to these people.
Right. And he need money, but it's the root of all evil. You get what I'm saying? It's contradictions. It's a book of contradictions.
It's perfect for somebody who want to colonize you, for a slave master. If you want to own some people, religion is perfect. That's right. You let us handle this terrible, evil money.
Yeah.
You know, you continue to be good people. Y'all are heaven bound. We'll deal with this evil money.
Right. and these pretendians, like he said, is most likely Christian, and it don't sound far from the truth because of how they acting. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's similar. It's so similar to the church. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it is exactly.
It's so similar. They act so similar to the church. They don't want to believe nothing that's real in front of them, and they just want to go off the rails about what they believe in. They don't care about what's right or what's wrong. They just care about what they believe in. It's so similar.
And very emotional about it because emotions are required because you have so little facts. It's so easy to challenge them. You saw what happened when Guy Nollywood challenged them. All you do, just do a simple challenge. You ain't got to, and then you see what they do. They start bucking it. They get rah-rah. They gonna call you nigga. They gonna start disrespecting you, getting all beside themselves. Wait a minute, they start turning up. Yeah.
Right.
They ain't got no damn information.
You know what they say? They say people that do that show low IQ. You know, when you put your point across, all you got to do is let somebody talk their way into their own hole. That when somebody keep talking when somebody talk for so long, they start to either contradict themselves or talk too much to where they're not making any sense. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, the religious people do the exact same thing.
Same thing. Yep.
I don't care from Hebrew, Israelite, Muslim. It don't matter what religion they are. When you start challenging and start asking simple, basic questions, man, forget scholarship. Don't waste your time doing a bunch of reading. I can challenge them on simple, basic shit. Just like you said, with it, in the Bible, when God said, "Let there be light," who is He talking to? Just simple shit.
Right.
How is God's word, the Bible, when the Bible was clearly written by men? It's called the book of this guy, the book of this guy, the book of Luke, the book of John. Where's the book of God at? Where does God in the Bible say the word Bible? Say, look, these are my words.
Right.
No,
yeah.
It don't make no damn sense.
Yeah. Then he said God's word was the first word or whatever. But where's the word coming from? You know what I'm saying? How is it articulated? We're not asking these deep questions because the intellect, when you do ask these questions, like I said, we have a hard time contemplating on that we were wrong. The one thing with Black people specifically is that we always want to be the one. You get what I'm saying? We always want to be the one. We want to be the person that's always right. We want to be the one person, just the shit. You know what I mean? We want to be the shit. And
we take religion personally, so we want to be we gotta let the flag of religion always got to be right, brother. No, we take religion personally. So what happens is when you question it and when you challenge it, because it ain't about questions, they're not going to answer your questions. When you challenge it, that's what you're really doing. When you challenge it, they start bullying you, period.
Yeah.
They emotionally bully you.
That's right.
See, brother, I rebuke you and you going to hell. Now they trying to throw you in hell. They trying to send you to hell. They rebuking you and shit.
Like
God's going to get your ass.
Yeah. Like how you know? You feel
right, exactly. God is so emotional. That's how you know man made God in their image. Man made God because we give God our characteristics.
Right.
We pissed off about the questioning, so we say God is pissed off.
They say this in their Bible And what I'm going to equate to you, it says God is a jealous God. That's a human characteristic.
Absolutely.
That's
But
why.
we gotta remember.
How's God a jealous God? If he the one and the one that created everything, what is he jealous of?
Right. Common sense.
Yeah, and we got to remember too. A lot of this stuff, like I think Stacy says, all mind games. We got to understand too, because when we start saying, "Oh, the devil doing this and this," is we getting white people off the hook. We gotta be careful what we say, because when we start saying, "Oh, the devil's going to do this," and devil, that's like you saying, "Okay, the white people, they off the hook." We gotta keep them. We gotta stay on their necks. We gotta get. That's why religion is a distraction. That's all it is. It's a distraction, and we gotta be careful. It's definitely see. We have to go back. We have to study African culture, right? Yeah. We gotta study Africa because when we had our own deities, we knew for sure these deities did not exist, right? We knew it. So, but it was symbolic. So we had a deity called, I don't know,
Obatalo.
Obatalo or whatever. That meant something. That tell you, yo, this is your enemy in real life. That's who you go after, right? So they tell you. See, this is the mind white people that play, right? When they worship their Jesus or whatever, they let you know, hey, black people are an enemy. This is the reason why they used to come out of churches. And they used to lynch us right after they came out of the church, right? Because they knew their enemy. They know, but see, when they tell us, "Oh, you will get your reward in heaven," and all that sort of thing. So, in other words, what they're telling you, there's two different Jesuses. There's two different gods. There's two different Moses. You know what I'm saying? Two different laws. So we got to be careful. Go ahead.
When you said it was symbolic, that's totally right, because see, a lot of religious people, the reason why they back away from it is because of the visual aspect of it. So when they see a deity that has a falcon head or something, they don't even understand nature. They don't understand what the metal nature is. They don't understand what a falcon do.
The white people who want power, they studying it. They know they shit is bullshit.
Hold on, a falcon is it has certain characteristics. A falcon flies higher than the weather. You get what I'm saying? So all the clouds and shit that's in the sky, it flies higher than that. So in a symbolic sense, it's saying it flies higher than the bullshit. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And if they just simply knew shit like that, they wouldn't even be. They wouldn't do the shit that they doing. They would be like, damn, that's real powerful. Like I'm symbolic of a falcon. You know what I'm saying? I'm the symbol of a falcon. I fly higher than the bullshit.
Well, you're exact. Well, best believe it's some white people who know that information. It's just it's not going to change who they are. They're going to take that information and still use it against us. All right, they know they got white people who study Egyptian religion and all of that. They study all of the stuff. And they know all. They believe me. Don't think they don't know. They know a whole lot.
I'm talking about niggas. You feel me? I'm talking about the
right.
Yeah.
The white people use it as a weapon because that's who they are. They're warlike people. So they can study Zen. They can study peaceful shit, but they're gonna use it as a tool of war. It's because they are war people. That's it.
Right.
It's not gonna change.
And that's what I was saying with the UFOs. If they shoot that motherfucker down and they take the technology, they're gonna use it as a weapon. They're not gonna use it as a means to society to better the human population. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna take that shit, make it into a weapon instead of we ain't gotta use gas no more. We ain't gotta, we gonna better the earth. They're destroying people. They're terrorists. You know what I'm saying? They come from a mindset of.
You just said it. You amen, bro. They are terrorists. That's exactly who they are.
Yep.
Terrorists. And they terrorize us in more ways than one, not just with threats. when you got people on these jobs, they terrorize you on these jobs. You know,
Yep.
you be on these jobs. Hey, you're being written up for something. You know, you do that one more time, threatening to fire you. They threatening you with poverty. All of that's a form of terrorism.
Yep. And we don't, it's laws to say that we could sue them, but that's not in our agenda. We're not about to go through the whole court process of suing these people. They know that about us.
Yes, they're courts.
But a European person would do it. You feel me? They're gonna sit there and do it. And
it's their courts. Of
yeah.
course.
They like to go to war. We peaceful people. You know what I mean? We rather not. We do.
Right.
But we rather not. You feel me? Like,
but we do go to war with each other, which is why I say it's all about a paradigm shift. All right, yeah, we're very peaceful people. We're people with the earth, but guess what? We have a problem. We have a piece of business we got to handle. We have a devil on our earth who's trying to destroy everything that we have.
Yep.
He's always talking about population control. Man, listen, they always threatening us all the time. When they talking about population, when they telling you it's too many people on the earth, that's a motherfucking threat. First of all, who put your honky ass in charge of the damn earth? Who made you the population managers of the motherfucking earth?
Right.
Okay, we don't check them when they do that dumb shit. We listen to that madness. We let them, because they got money. Bill Gates can pretty much say anything.
You see, they drew up out of Africa with the USA, right?
Yeah.
And all those people that's on the continent, they said like 20-some million people with like diseases, AIDS, and HIV and shit. That all them people finna die, bro. You feel me? They all finna die because they don't even have the means to cure themselves or have the medications necessary to sustain their own their health.
And that's offensive as hell. And we're not looking at it for what these people have to be stopped. Yep. We're the Justice League.
Right.
We're the ones. Stop looking at that. That's why I be telling black people stop looking at their movies. I'm still saying it. Ever since you know me, guy, I've been saying the same thing. Stop looking at their movies. Next time they come out with some dumbass Avenger movie or Black Panther, don't go watch that shit. Stop watching their productions. Your open enemy is producing productions for you to watch. Tell me, are you producing any productions for them to watch?
Oh no, they'll call it a threat. You know what I mean?
Of course.
They'll say it's threatening. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is terrorism.
Right.
You know
when they're constantly threatening us. They're constantly terrorizing us.
Yep.
Right.
You should get out from under in front of their movies. Stop watching it. It's not meant for you. The message is always going to be fucked up. The Woman King. Yes, they're going to show black women kicking black men's ass. Of course. They're not going to show themselves kicking white people's ass. Duh. Tell me the movie where you seen that. Where you saw. Just take the things they're not going to show you.
Right.
The things you don't get to do. You don't get to kill white people.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
all right, there's only one Django, but they ain't going to pretty much show you a bunch of movies where you killing them. They're not going to show black men chasing white men through the alley and arresting them.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at all this stuff you don't get to do.
Hey, speaking of arrest, right? Y'all remember that guy?
But wait a minute. Hold Dex, hold that thought though. But I ain't going front. That Blade, he was chasing those white people down though.
I believe it. That's why they. That
was good. I enjoyed that part. He was chasing. He was killing all those white folks.
That's probably why they took it off. That's probably why they locked up Wesley Snipes. Look, no good deed goes unpunished.
Right.
Lean on Me was one of my favorite movies because at least it showed a black man making shit happen. They showed, Morgan Freeman's best role is Joe Clark, the principal Joe Clark.
Oh, yeah, Joe Clark.
Eastside High. That was the only movie where I'm like, man, damn, this black man is making shit happen. He ain't taking no bullshit. Remember he kicked all those students out. So it had good elements in it. But that's too good. So guess what they did? His next movie was called Driving Miss Daisy, and they gave him a Grammy for that.
Hey, so y'all.
Go ahead, Dex.
I know y'all were just watching that black dude that got falsely arrested in the pretense in Jacksonville, right?
Nah, which guy? I'm losing track of people. They do so much shit.
Yeah. So the dude that they pulled over had tinted windows, right? And he didn't have no lights on in weather, right? Because when it's raining, you gotta have your lights on. Mind you, it wasn't raining; it was just the overcast. And they pulled him over, bust his window, and slapped him up and everything, right?
Yeah.
And the crazy part about it is you got people saying, well, he should have had his lights on. He should have had his seatbelt on, right? The crazy part about the whole interaction is when the police pulled up, the police didn't even have his lights on.
Okay, they get to do that. They get to be dirty. Yeah, the slaves are going to talk like slaves. You know shit. Hey.
No, it's not that. It's not. It's the point that these people didn't even see it. Didn't even look to see it. They didn't even see it like that. They just took it for what the information was. They're like, well, he didn't have his headlights on, but the police clearly in the video. You got to look it up. The police video, every single car showed up with no headlights on.
That's dirty.
Car. And he has tinted windows, as I mentioned. So how you know if he had a seatbelt on or not? Because when you pulled him over, he damn near hopped out of the car. You know what I mean? He had the door open. People.
When I say the slaves are going to be slaves, they're going to find a way to justify whatever what these cops did. I don't care if he had his seatbelt off, car tinted window, and was smoking a joint. They had no business busting his windows and doing what they did.
Right.
And it's all on video, and it's crazy that the black cops sat there and let it happen. You know what I mean? Of course,
that's not. Yes, that's typical.
And the black talking heads on TV, they're gonna say shit in favor of the cops.
Y'all listen to have y'all ever listened to what's his name? The Brandon Tatum?
I heard of that name.
His name is Officer Tatum. He go by Officer Tatum.
Oh yeah, I heard that name. Is he? What's up with him? Is he on our side or is he a coon?
He a coon for sure.
Yeah, I figured.
See, it's they using the black conservative.
Yeah.
As a weapon against us now. It's no longer just these pretendians and these FBAs. Now it's turning into some political, and anything that goes political become a weapon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now they weaponize these people. Now
they've been doing that. Yeah.
So now you got these black conservatives saying the black people is more racist than white people. That's what they're saying now.
They're gonna do that because we listening to them. They only have effect on people who listen to them. That's why I try to tell black people to stop disengage. Whatever it is they want to watch, stop watching it.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to them or nothing. I stay away from that because I'm just one person, but it's an algorithm. So if one person stops listening, then that shit starts to die down. You know what I mean? So I just be the one person to be doing that shit, not doing the shit.
I'm the one person that's telling them, but spread each one, teach one. Tell everybody else to stop watching it. Tell everybody else why they need to unplug. Tell them, hey, if they come and look, and they're gonna pimp your heroes, they might like, all right, we know we gonna get Kamisi Fox to the theater. Guess what? We got a Marcus Garvey movie coming out. Marcus Garvey, one of my favorite people, right? But let them come out with a movie. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not gonna let you butcher Marcus Garvey. Stop falling for the bullshit. They're gonna use your heroes to get you to the theater. That's what they did. Straight out of Compton, NWA. Yeah, we know you're gonna go watch that, right?
Right.
Yeah. When are we gonna start disappointing these motherfuckers, huh?
We dealing with a warrior race. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
These motherfuckers wake up and they jog. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The average black motherfucker ain't waking up doing shit. You know what I mean? So,
exactly.
And this another one, y'all. If y'all got Tubi, because Tubi's free, you could download it on any. Okay. So if you go on Tubi, right, it's a documentary that just came out, right? And the reason why it came out is because the filmmaker actually solved the case, and the case was black boy. I'm pretty sure y'all heard of him. His name was Kendrick something. I forget his last name, but his name first name is Kendrick. If you type in Kendrick
Johnson.
Yep. And
yeah, that's the one. Oh, that's the one they murdered him in the gym.
Yep. And guess what?
Yeah, that was sad. That was messed up.
They just cracked
and
the
they
case.
they covered it up. They tried to cover it up.
I'm about to explain. They just cracked the case.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Because of the filmmaker, though. The filmmaker that just released the shit. And basically the dad of the boys was an FBI agent, right?
Right.
And,
yep. Mm-hmm.
And the boys lied and said that they never seen Kendrick that day, right? Mm-hmm. But what's crazy is the filmmaker went through records that public information and that the FBI had that they had to give up through the Freedom of Information Act. And she went through all of it, every single one of them, minute by minute, second by second, and she found that the boy that said that he didn't see Kendrick is standing side by side with him.
Mm.
So
those were the two brothers. They were brothers.
They were brothers. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's standing side by side with him because they tracked his movement in Kendrick's movement.
They got on tape. They got on tape.
Yep. And the filmmaker.
I saw that documentary. It was really good. Yeah, it was messed up, man.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. We dealing with a warrior race. They wake up, they jog, they keep their kids in judo and all it. Bruh, this is a warrior race we dealing with. We gotta wake up and do these things. You know what I mean? We can't
get into war mode. Exactly.
Yeah, we gotta get into war mode.
I won't go that, but I won't go that far calling them warriors. They're not warriors. They're a bunch of cowards that are very violent. Right. These are the reason why they have to wear masks. This is the reason why they have the triple team, one black person. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, because if it's an even fight, they'll run. They're not going to fight.
They're anti-black. So it doesn't always manifest in the form of violence. It's just in the form of any type of deception. Their job, they're anti-you, like anti-matter. They're anti your ass, okay?
Yeah.
That's why they can tell you about the love of Jesus while preparing to stab you. It's nothing to them.
Right.
That's why they handing us that book and they going to work right now. You know what I mean? They getting all that. They like let's keep them distracted and let's handle the business right now. And you gotta remember they're dying off too. So they're strategically planning on how to stay alive. They're in survival mode. You get what I'm saying? They're in survival mode.
They're always in survival mode because they know they're a weak species, and they also feel like that's why you got Dylan Roofs and stuff. They always feel like we're taking over them. They're paranoid because they're in a constant state of paranoia just by being around us. You understand? They're anti-us. So they always feel like, you know, we're genetically annihilating them and we're a threat and we're always.
Who is Dylan Roof?
Every little young white boy across America feels that way.
The white boy who killed those non-black people in that church.
Oh. That one, those are the more obvious ones, but so is your elementary school teacher. She's like that too. So is your doctor. So is your lawyer. So is your son's football coach. And this cracker over here and that cracker over there. Shit.
Yeah.
They all work together. They all know who the enemy is.
Yeah, that's true.
They do not have to. They don't need no Farrakhan's. They don't need no Malcolm X's. They don't need no. They all are genetically. They all know. There's a knowing amongst them.
Right.
They all on code. They're on code. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Not.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
That's why they're successful in their campaign against us, because they're keep a nigga misdirected, keep a nigga thinking the wrong thing, keep a nigga hating himself, buck break their children. As long as those yellow school buses are rolling, dropping off loads of our children into their school, understand, look at that as warfare. Ain't nothing good about that. That's a fucked up state of affairs. Get it through your head and stop trying to manipulate the public food system. It's your enemy. Those are buck breaking centers, not schools.
Right. Because our enslaver is teaching us. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You're being taught everything you know by your enslaver. What are they doing? They're not developing you. What are they doing? By the time you get that, when you send your children to them, they're trying to create chocolate crackers. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's at best broken people. By the time they put that dunce cap on you, put that roll of toilet paper in your hand and that gown on you, call yourself graduating, that means you created the brainwash process, the 12-step brainwash process. You now believe in us.
They teach you how to learn, but they don't teach you how the brain works. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, that's pimping 101.
They teach you what to think.
Let me ask. I just got to ask y'all guys a question. How do you feel? I don't know if y'all have any kids, but how do you feel about Magic Johnson? Every time he comes up with this family photo, he got that big ass, grown ass dude looking like a straight bitch. How when y'all see that photo, what goes through your head? How can a father could be okay with that? That you have a grown ass son. What's his name? Magic Johnson Jr. Whatever his name is. He's looking like
because you got to call it for what it is.
Psychological warfare.
How you think Magic got what he got?
Right. Same thing with Dwayne Wade and his son.
Yeah.
And I said son because that's what he is.
Yeah, that's what he is. Yeah.
It's psychological warfare. That's what it is. Just like, look, when you name black celebrities, you're talking about psychological warfare. The black leaders are the black celebrities, period. We be talking about, we need new leadership. Listen, the black leadership is Jay-Z, Beyonce, those are the black leaders. That's who people follow. The rich, the people, the celebrities. Ain't got nothing to do with we ain't following no good people. We're not looking for no good people.
Mm-hmm.
Them and Reverend Hoop and Holler. Them two.
Magic got what he got because we know what it. How else you gonna? I'm not saying it like you can't get it from nowhere else.
No, really. How else you gonna get it? No, this society ain't giving it up. You got to be one of their operatives.
Right.
The black people don't want to live. So you saying nobody can come up? People ain't got their stuff off of hard work for the most part. No, you got to compromise with this beast. He don't give you just for being a hard working nigga.
I'm not talking about his materialism. I'm talking about what's in his blood.
AIDS, yeah. You know, HIV. I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How do you think he got what he got if his son just so magically end up the way he is?
Right.
No, that came from the home. That came from the home. Just like Dwayne Wade.
Right.
That they saying now that I think Gabrielle and him broke up because she figuring out that the nigga actually is a little feminine or sugar.
Anybody who would do that, it took her that long. Anybody who would do that to their son, come on, those people they need to be locked up. As far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
If I had anything to do with it, they'd be locked up for doing that to their son.
I lock their ass up too. Yeah.
Right. He probably, he was an NBA player, so he probably was outside of the home a lot. Probably paid somebody to watch his kid, and some took place that wasn't supposed to take place, or it was him that did it.
You're right. Most of these people sacrifice their kids, man.
Yeah, I agree.
It ain't. That's why it ain't no That's why with all this black entertainment money, there's no generational wealth. Notice that. It just never converts into generational wealth. I don't care how many Prince, all that money, no children, at least none we know of. All that money going back to somewhere, back to Warner Brothers.
Michael Jackson, all of them, yeah.
Yeah, all of them. All
that money.
Oh, his goes to white folks, because his kids is white, black, white.
Right.
And you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna marry white. So they're gonna spend they're gonna be
Exactly.
they're gonna live
Outta
large
here.
off of black money. Ain't that something? And then
Listen,
Out of here.
it's all a
That's
status
right.
symbol.
These are the same Negroes. Oh, they want to talk about black issues, but you're not doing anything to make it better. I can't stand that. Even
You talking about the Jacksons?
no, I'm just talking about these black celebrities.
Oh, they ain't
Just
gonna
like
do
this,
nothing
just
yet.
like this Mayweather character. Or what did Africa do for me? I don't owe Africa nothing. And this is the reason why he's going broke too.
Yeah,
But I don't feel so. I want these guys to hit rock bottom so I can laugh at their ass.
Fuck them.
I want them to. That's why I don't feel sorry. I don't feel sorry for OJ. When OJ was going through, I didn't feel sorry for none of these Negroes.
No, fuck them all.
You know, we
Fuck
got
them
more.
all, yes.
We got more millionaires than there has ever been in a point of time in history, and it don't make no sense how we in debt the way we in debt as a people.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Oprah,
if all
Jay-Z,
these millionaires, if all these millionaires and billionaires just took it upon themselves to say, you know what, I'm not gonna be selfish, and we gonna all put our money into this formity, and we gonna buy America. Then I wouldn't have a problem with these FBAs and these pretendians. You know what I mean? But y'all claiming something that ain't even yours. You know
Well, you know they're gonna screen these guys before they make them what they are. They're not gonna look. The Muhammad Ali was the last. That's the last project. They said we got to make sure this don't happen again.
Yeah.
Right.
So they kept a lid on everything ever since Muhammad Ali. They're like, you got Nike camps, got all kind of camps where they keep a watch on the talent.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They already know what they do. They know we superior. All the champions gonna come from their loins. It's gonna come from black folks. But we gotta keep tight lid on it. We gotta keep summer camps, training camps. Be on top of this shit to make sure this Muhammad Ali shit don't happen no more.
Mm-hmm.
So that they don't become star athletes and then turn Muslim the next day. That type of shit.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, I want to just say this. I'm about to get out of here after 4 hours. This been a really great program. I'm going to do this again. We got to do this again because I'm just tired of these pretendians invasions when I go to TikTok and then they coming on in and talking their crap. So we're gonna definitely do this again. I would love y'all back on the panel again. My next program is I'm gonna go after this snow bear gremlin. He took down my video, but that's okay. I didn't care. But I'm gonna get after him, and I'm gonna roast him. My next program next Saturday.
Yeah.
But that snow bear I was talking about on my last called the Road Runner. He called himself the Road Runner, and he said that he loves black women. He loves black women, and he got with this sellout. He married this sellout called Sandy, which he got upset because I said she looked unattractive. Look, let me tell you something about me. I don't respect no divester.
Me either.
I don't. If you're a black person, if you're a divester, I will disrespect you. That's
there you go. Thank you.
And that's how I am. He got upset and he took down my video because I did copy his video, but I don't care. But this time I'm going to play the audio. But I did say I want to debate him, and he's afraid. He's scared, like they all do. I knew he was going to. He's just like the Road Runner that he is. He's going to run. But that's cool. Mm-hmm. But that's going to be my next. I'm going to be talking about that in my next platform. But I want to thank both of y'all, Dex, Kamisi Fox. Please give your last comments or whatever you have to say, and then we'll close out. We're going to go to Dex, and we're going to go to Kamisi Fox.
So shoot. It was a very great build. This is how a lot of the builds need to be instead of us arguing with the pretendians, But I really had a great conversation with you guys. It was very respectful. We weren't talking over each other or being, just kept it respectful as men. And I left my contact email in the chat right here. I don't know if you can see it or not.
I see it. Thank you, man. I got you.
you could contact me whenever you finna drop a video or whatever. I'll come out. And,
I'll do that. Definitely.
Yeah. I always got time. So, got my daughter in my hand. I'm finna make her a bottle, and it was great talking with you guys.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. We definitely. I'm definitely going. You definitely got to come back, bro. All right, go ahead, Kaminsky. It's on you.
Yeah, appreciate. Likewise, bro. Thank you for coming through, dropping all that information and that good knowledge. Yeah, man. I appreciate you letting me on here. Guy Nollywood, you know how we do.
Yeah.
You know how I do. And you thanks for keeping it raw. It's always gonna be raw. You allow for it to go down. I don't get on too many people's panel because I crash with people. You know how they go.
Yeah.
Black, we're allergic to the truth. We don't want the whole truth and nothing but the truth. We want to safeguard different parts of this lie because we really don't want to truly be liberated, which goes back to what I was saying about Dr. Umar. He's got a way more good. He's good as a spokesperson, as a representative, and things like that.
That's right.
Maybe not so much as a principal. But it ain't like he has no use. He got more use than Reverend Hoopenholler. Like I said, Reverend Hoopenholler has a never-ending scam.
Yeah.
We need to take that. And we need to preserve our Dr. Umars because he's worth something. He's about the only man out here telling you to stay away from the snow bunnies. He's about the only man that's patiently telling you why you shouldn't fuck with the snow bunnies. We overlooking what's good about him because we ain't about shit. I just want to say that the people are not about shit. That's why you're trying to bury the man, because there's something he's saying that y'all don't want to be said, but you pretending like you give a damn about black people being scammed. I'm calling cap. You full of crap. You don't like him calling you away from these snow bunnies because you worship these snow bunnies.
Right.
So I'm saying like that's what's really going down. As far as FBA, that is a psyops. But these are the type of Negroes we're going to have to deal with. We're going to have to fight this out, with these self-hating agents of destruction, agents of separation, because that's what they are. Because our enemy knows that we are stronger together. Our common sense tells you that if black people everywhere around the world, if the vision of Marcus Garvey were to come to fruition, and they were actually in Africa right now, they're talking about forming a United States of Africa. Do you know? God, that sounds powerful.
Yep.
And we're supposed to be thinking on those lines.
Yep.
It may come a time when these honkies over here tell you that if you pro-black, you're a terrorist.
Yeah.
They may do that at some point. But we supposed to be thinking along those lines, man. Fuck that.
I agree. Yeah,
you're supposed to want the power. You're supposed to want the vibranium, and you're supposed to want it for your people. Period. No exception. Give them back their stupid ass religion. Give them back all of that bullshit. Unlearn all that shit they taught you in their butt-breaking centers, the public food system. I'm using the English they taught me to tell you the truth.
Right.
I'm using that part to communicate with y'all, to tell you, no, you don't need the Bible. You don't need the Quran. You don't need that chicken shit ass religion. You are great people with or without those books of the dead. There, I said it. Break those chains. I guarantee you, we'll take over the world. That's what I'm gonna leave them with.
Man, that's but y'all brothers, y'all.
Real quick. It starts from these conversations. You know what I mean? Like,
that's right.
If you got three people building off of each other like how we are, it starts like that, and then you start drawing in. It's like energy. You start attracting what you are, So
that's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
We might have 3 people in the goddamn video watching, but you know it's gonna become more and more and more and more. You know, it's always gonna go up. So you know, just that's it. Like I said, I left my contact in the chat. I don't know if you can see it, but
I got it, brother. I got it on deck, brother.
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna keep in talk. Yeah, definitely. So we're gonna definitely do this again. I got more stuff coming up. And like I said, we need to form a team, man. Like, you know, shout out to Brother Bakari. He's a good brother, Brother Forecast. So I love, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, good brothers, good, powerful brothers like y'all. We need that. We need that. And that's how the sisters, they see that. They see that. They want to jump on board too. So, and I got some sisters out here that they definitely with me. So yeah, man, we need to create a team like Team Black. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm with it. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like I said, I believe in Pan-Africanism. I believe in Team Black. You know, race first. I believe in all that shit, man. Because without it, we're not gonna solve. We're not gonna survive without it. We just not. Right. You know. So with that said, I'm gonna end this program, but I want to thank both of y'all once again, and to the chat for being active, Stacy. Jamal, Brother Bakari, thank you for coming through. KW doing 7, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, but I want to thank everybody for being active. I appreciate every last one of y'all. Until next time, peace.
Peace.
Thank you.